burning trails, echoes scream where silence fails. Ashes rain, the sky won't care.
Go and throttle up.
But we keep climbing unaware.
Okay, the Space and Rocket Review. We're back. You two girls, tell your friends. Space and Rocket Review. Space and Rocket Review. With a little bit of Facebook Marketplace browsing.
Discovery.
Butter 123 month resub. What's going on, everybody? Space and Sprocket Review. Sprockets Review. And we're back. Red Panda coming in with a rate of 23 right off the bat there. Thank you very much. And Dre Knight, welcome to Mission Control. Your go with throttle up. Thank you very much. Well, Fluffy wanted me to take a look at some cars here. He wanted me to look at two. And keep in mind, I will do this if you want me to. But look, we all love browsing Facebook Marketplace for cars, but I only will really look over a car for you on stream if you're like serious about buying it, because I tried doing this before and ended up getting inundated with junk that people want to buy. And they're like, dude, check this out. Dude, check this out. Dude, check this out. Check this out. Would this car be good for? I don't know. It got a little out of hand, but did you see what ULA posted on their YouTube? It's kind of like a factory tour. Somebody has told me about it, yeah, but I haven't seen it. So, all right. With that being said, we'll start off Space News with an appetizer of Facebook Marketplace browsing. So, Fluffy, you're looking at a square body here. This is an 83 1500. It's a regular cab long bed. It has 237,000 miles, automatic transmission. It's brown on brown. All right, let's take a look. Just seeing what's out there. Would like to trade for a 99 06 Chevy or GMC pickup, possibly a toy hauler. Truck does run. Drive it regularly. Needs new lifter seals as they do leak a little. Also open to cash offers. Okay. Yeah, that's a little bit involved. Not for 6,000. Not lifter seals is, you got to take the heads off. Well, you don't necessarily need to take the heads off. You have to have the right tool for the job here, though. So to do the lifter seals, you have to compress your valve spring with a valve spring compressor. Take the keepers out. Take the valve spring out and the holder out. And then you got to make sure that your valve doesn't fall into the combustion chamber. So you either have to pressurize, if you're not taking the heads off, you have to pressurize the combustion chamber with air through the spark plug hole to keep the valve up and replace the seat. The seat is around the stem of the valve. That is involved. That's a lot of work. It's either that or take the head off. And if you take the head off, you need a special type of valve spring compressor. That's a little bit of a red flag. I would not pay $6,000 for this. $4,500.
Discovery. Go and throttle up.
The ULA tour is awesome. It shows how much hardware rich they are in both first and second stages. Yeah, for sure. That's why I said ULA's been quiet, because they're scaling. Scaling takes time. Look at SpaceX. It takes time, dudes. All right, anyway. Let's see. So these things rust pretty much in the same spots that every freaking pickup rusts. There's rust right there. It's on the cab corner. This is not bad for an 83. Yep, that's pretty garden variety stuff. There's a little bit on the door. They make tons of parts for this thing, Fluffy. LMC truck has, you could basically build one with all the body panels that they have. So it's got a that's a 350. It's just a 350. So it's, if it's a 1500, it's got a 350, and it's probably got a turbo 350 behind it. So a light duty 3-speed from Chevy. I agree, Rarest. Yep. Transmission's been out of this thing. Look. You see how that's not on the on drive? It's between neutral and drive. So that means one of two things. The cable that's used to shift is a little bit worn out, but this is most likely a column shift, so it's using a Z-bar, which means either your Z-bar's fittings are shot. There's bushings that take the mechanics of going up and down on the column shift and using that to move the transmission, the switches on the automatic transmission. It's usually done via cable or via a solid Z-bar. Your bushings are probably shot. Either that or the transmission's been out. See? Neutral to drive? That's no good. Also, Buddy's going to 85 down with an 83. Okay. It's in Montana. It's not a big deal. Dude, 4,500 is where I'd go in at. Square bodies are popular, so like if you went in and you fixed everything, dude, and you made this like thing completely clean, like you fixed all the rust and you fixed that motor, square bodies are pretty popular. They hold their value really well right now, so you'd probably get your investment back. Now, keep in mind this: if you ever watch this on a VOD, this is December 1st, 2025. For whatever reason, if you're ever watching this VOD in the future on YouTube or on Twitch, for whatever reason, square bodies, people go crazy for them. Square body Chevys. So that would be from 1973 to 1987. People love them. I don't know what the I don't. People love them. Just Chevy square body. They love the thing. I mean, they're pretty good trucks. They're not bad. It's just Chevy from the 70s or the 80s. You're not gonna not get what you pay for with that thing. But these things used to be a dime a dozen. Like 15 years ago, you could buy one of these for $1,000, $500, $1,000, no problem. Right now, you see certain, if it's Cherry, like if these trucks are in good condition, they'll fetch 10 grand, 10, 15 grand. The really sought after ones with big blocks and 4 speeds, 50 grand all day. It's ridiculous. 50 grand for a freaking utility vehicle from that's 50 years old.
Discovery.
Just saying.
Go at throttle up.
Square bodies are cool. Yep. Can get 116 month resub. Thank you. So, I mean, Fluffy, here's the thing. Go in at 4,500. See what the guy says.
Discovery.
If you want to. Go in at 4,500. This truck's pretty easy to fix. If you got a welder, you could fix all this stuff. There's plenty of parts for these things. That's the plus about getting anything with a Chevy. They made this thing from 1970. They made this body style from 1973 to 1987. It's almost 20 years worth of parts. And on top of that, there's Chevy parts. So most likely, it doesn't really matter. Like 1,500 parts will fit on a 2,500. 2,500 parts will fit on a 3,500. Vice versa. Chevy has insane part interchangeability from basically like 1960 to like 1987, 1988. Like you could just swap parts, even into the 90s with certain vehicles. So you're probably not, like, even if you buy it, you don't really like it, you flip it. You can flip it, probably sell it for the same price you got it. These vehicles don't depreciate, dude. Right now, they don't depreciate. Hey, Flavia, what's going on? They don't depreciate at all. I'd probably go into a pick and pull a 350 and rebuild, then swap. But then I found that F250. All right. What do you got here? A 97 F250 regular cab long bed. That's an F250 HD. That's my truck. That's just like my truck. That's just like the Hoonigan truck that I got. Let's see. What are we? 180,000 miles. That's nothing. It's got a ZF5 behind it, which means it's a 4x2. Or no. No. That's got a locker there. Ooh. This is... That's actually a pretty rare combination there, dude. So a 5.8 with a 5-speed 4x4, they didn't make a lot of those. That's actually pretty cool. That's what I want my truck to be. My truck's a 4x2, so it's only rear-wheel drive. Big problem here. No title. Big problem. Space news. Yeah, we're getting to the space news. I will help people with the cars real quick, and then we'll go to space news. This will take not more than 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, so he said the owner passed away during COVID, who is the person I bought it from. That's a little weird. I don't think that guy's lying, but the thing is, you bought this truck, you have no bill of sale. No bill of sale, no keys, no title. Fluffy, look, if you're getting into vehicles, like you're getting into buying old trucks and stuff, if you don't know what you're doing here, I mean, keep in mind, I don't know how the vehicle laws work in Montana, but big red flag. Big red flag. If you're a beginner, do not buy this. Don't. Even 4,500 is not too bad for a 250 HD 4x4. But getting a new title, you'd have to get a new title. And if you're going to get a new title, they're going to run the VIN. And if you buy this car to get a new title for it, like you have to buy it and then you have to go find a new title. If you buy it and you go to get the thing retitled and your RMV traces the VIN and it shows up stolen, you're screwed. Screwed. There's no recourse there. You're screwed. You just burned $4,500 to help somebody find their car. In Montana, you need a registration. If there's a registration in the glove compartment, then yeah, maybe you could probably prove it. The point is with cars is that you need the title to prove ownership or a bill of sale or something. If you have a bill of sale or a previous registration, that's fine. Previous registration is how I got the Coronet. When I bought the Coronet, it had no title. I probably wouldn't have bought it if I had known the hoops that you have to jump through for it. Carfax could do it, Terminator. Yeah, sure. But yeah, not necessarily. I mean, you could go to the RMV and have them trace a VIN. I'm not sure if you could still do that anymore. The truck seems to be in great condition. And once again, a 351 5-speed 4x4 is actually pretty damn good. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool trim package. It's an F250 HD. So a 97 F250 HD, which means they made it out of spare parts. 97 was the last year for this body style for F250s. And the only reason why they made 97s is because they made too many parts in 96 and they kit bashed these trucks, and that's what the F250 HD tag means. If you look, it doesn't say XL or XLT, it says F250 HD. Now, that was basically Ford's catch-all name for cars and trucks that they made out of spare parts. It's kit bashed, like my truck is. My 97 HD is a 5.8 with a 5-speed 2-wheel drive, but I have an F250 rear end in mind, so it's a Sterling 1025, that's a pretty standard regular rear end for heavy duty trucks in the 90s. And I have F150 front suspension with F250 hubs. So I have twin I have twin I-beams, not twin traction bars. So my F250 is kit bashed. It's half F150, half F250, and carries an F250 nameplate. Pretty cool. You can get a VIN check with State Trooper for $50. Yeah, okay, Bossifus. So your mileage may vary by state. I can wrench and have bought cars, but I've never dealt with missing titles and whatnot. I mean, if you're willing to risk 4,500 on it, I wouldn't. 4,500 isn't bad considering the truck doesn't have any rust. I'd go in at 4. Go in at 4,000. Yeah, 4,000 cash. I got it right now. Isn't yours also on an F350 frame? It might be, Tessa. It might be. But I don't think so, but it might be. Dude, it's kit bashed from F250s, 350s, and 150s. It is kit bashed. It's got all kinds of weird parts on it, which makes it kind of cool, but yeah. My mom bought a truck that has electrical issues. When it's running, the battery dies. That's not electrical issues. It needs an alternator. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. Yep. Indiana local PD will do VIN checks. Yeah, so you could probably call. Yeah, that's what I had to do with the Coronet, but I had to buy the damn thing first. I had to prove bill of sale to the cops. And that's how I got the Coronet retitled in Mass. It wasn't too bad, but you got to I had to get a state trooper, a statey in Massachusetts to come to my house and look at the car. And I mean, to be honest, he didn't really know what he was doing. He's like, what am I doing here? I'm like, I need you to look at this VIN and I need you to trace it to make sure the car isn't stolen. He's like, all right, it's not stolen. I'm like, okay, cool, sweet, good. And then he had to sign off on the bill of sale, and then I had to take the bill of sale to the registry of motor vehicles, and then they had to they retitled the car for some fees. But it's doable. Would Northrop before the Pegasus XL do a flight of the TriStar since it's been sitting for a while? I mean, maybe Outdoorsman, yeah. It's all good until it's stolen. Yeah, if you really don't know exactly like what you're doing, be careful with this. Yeah, I mean, this is a sweet truck for what it's worth, but you don't know if it's hot. You don't know if it's stolen. If somebody has reported that thing stolen and you go to title it, you're screwed. There's no recourse there. You lose your $4,500. You had your eyes on a 70s D100 for some time. In Denmark, they go for 18 grand. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's a pickup truck in Europe. That makes sense. Hey, Eyes Up, welcome back. Are we ready to beat the Giants tonight? Yeah. I have some trepidations, dude. I think the Giants are on a kick right now. I'm not sure we're ready for it. We have a lot of injuries, but we'll see what happens. For space news, Russia did a test launch on their new ICBM the other day. It protoned. Nice. Yeah, caveman, exactly. There's things to do, Fluffy. I mean, dude, that F-250 is mint. That's really nice. It's a really nice truck. It doesn't look to have any rust on it. These trucks rust in pretty much, like I said, like, dude, any pickup truck from the 70s, Ford, Chevy, Dodge, it doesn't matter. Even Toyota, they all rust in the same spots. These trucks rust right here, right there, and right there. That's it. It's the bottom of the front fenders, the front and rear cab corners, and then right over the rear wheel. Right there. That's where every truck from the 60s, 70s, and 80s rusts. And even into the 90s. This is an 80s. I mean, Ford just kept making this into the 90s. The truck was designed in the 80s. The Isaacman hearing is on Wednesday. That's right. But yeah, are you buying a new truck? No, I'm looking over listings for viewers. I do that from time to time. But let's get into space news here. Yeah, so be wary of checking the title. If you want to go jumping through those hoops and you can verify that the truck isn't stolen, 4,500 is... I'd say that's a little bit high for a 9th gen Ford F-Series. But ninth gens are appreciating in price as well. The reason why they're appreciating in price is because people want old trucks. People like old trucks. Old trucks are worth money because they're simple. They're not a luxury vehicle like trucks are nowadays.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, Bossifus, it happens, dude. Yeah, you don't want to get burned. You don't know if that thing is stolen. Oh, yeah, I bought it from a guy. I bought it from a guy who died during COVID. How'd you buy it from him if he was dead? Okay. Sure. Yeah. And that just, okay, last thing before we get into, actually, two more things and then we'll get into space news. First thing is, with a car that you're not leasing, guys, paper trail and receipts. Keep every receipt for every bit of money that you spend on that car. Document oil changes. Keep the receipts for the oil changes. Write them down in the owner's manual. The owner's manual will have usually has a couple of blank pieces of paper in it where you can write down stuff. Keep the receipts. Even if you're changing the oil yourself, keep the receipts for the oil. Keep the receipts for the filters. Right? Try to document as much of the maintenance as you possibly can. Even document a car wash. All of that will help, and obviously take care of the car. All of that will help you prove that you took care of this vehicle and there isn't any surprises. Rook's hearing is on Wednesdays, Isaac. A bunch of astronauts put their support behind Isaacman. Cool. Dratus, you've been having some serious space and rocket review withdrawals. Sweats, shaking, and my toilet has been hating me. Long story short, it's good to have you back. It's good to be back, man. Jeez. Should I document a car wash if I was washing it by hand? Get the receipt for the soap that you use, dude. It depends on the context, but all of that is going to help you prove that you took care of the car. A receipt is a paper trail. A receipt for an oil change, a receipt for new headlights, a new light bulb, anything. Anything that you can prove that you took care of this vehicle. Because, look, the thing about cars is that there can be surprises. Just because the car looks good on the outside doesn't mean it is. The paper trail proves this. Like, is the engine good? Is the transmission good? Chances are that if you have receipts that show that you bought transmission fluid, a couple of years back, for the car, and it's the same transmission fluid that the car takes, you probably flushed the transmission and you probably took care of it. Right? All that stuff counts for something.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You running into any nasty weather in lower Michigan? No, Admiral, we got out before they got whaled on by the lake effect, dude. Hey, Baron, what's going on? Victory, 9213 sub. So, yeah, take care of it. Keep track of things. Receipts. Just anything that you can do to prove that you tried to keep this car in good condition will help you. Like, say you go to sell it on Marketplace, and the guy wants to buy it. And he goes, hey, how do I know this engine's good? Well, here, look, I have all the receipts. I have all the oil changes. So if the guy says, say you were offering $5,000 for a car and he goes like 3,500 because I don't know what's wrong with it. No. Price is firm, dude. I have all the receipts. The receipts are huge. Keep a paper trail for your car. It will help you. And it'll help you if you go to trade it in at a dealership too. You have a paper trail. You have all the receipts of all the maintenance that you've done on this car. Makes the dealer a lot easier. It makes it a lot easier to bargain with the dealer. Like, look, I have all the receipts for the oil change. I change the oil whenever the maintenance cycle, like every 5,000 miles was for a car, right? Or 3,500 or 7,000 on newer cars, which is still strange to me. I flushed the transmission at 4,500, blah, 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 or 45,000 miles. Like, here's all the receipts. Look, your trade-in price is not fair. I want more money for that trade-in, right? I have all the receipts. I did all the work and I can prove it. And they'll be like, all right, cool, sweet. Usually they'll be like, okay, cool. Or usually they'll make up something like, yeah, well, we have some extra money this week because we didn't
Discovery,
advertise
go
or
at throttle up.
something. And they'll pay you. Yeah. If someone crashes into you, it might help with filing a claim. If you get into an accident, it should be documented and reported, especially if you're not at fault. Okay, we'll give you 200 extra bucks. Yeah. Or they'll give you 2,000. I wonder if Russia has maintenance logs to review their launch complex. They probably should. But anyway, yeah. The other thing, guys, is the real quick, this is the last thing for the car part of the space and car and rocket review. Come on. I have new wheelhouses coming for the Coronet. I bought them on Black Friday because there was a Black Friday sale. There you go, Bossifus. Yep. That's, dude, keeping the receipts and stuff is especially useful with old cars. Yeah, especially useful. Oh yeah. If you can prove a paper trail back 50 years for a 50-year-old car, it will hold its value, especially if it's the right car. But yeah, I got new wheelhouses coming. I don't have the cameras set up in the garage because I didn't turn any of that on just yet. So, on to the space and rocket review. Now, a lot of stuff happened over the last couple of weeks. The week that I was gone. There's three big ones. Three big ones in my mind. So, I don't know if you guys watched the Flame Trench from about 2 weeks ago. Or maybe it was 3 weeks ago. I don't remember. I asked Dee and Sawyer on a Flame Trench. Flame Trench is the podcast that I do about space flight, about like what's going on in the space flight industry. It's a weekly podcast. We do it on Fridays. It's restreamed here on Twitch. It's a good show. I actually asked Dee and Sawyer, is, commercial crew a failure? Is the commercial crew program a failure? And they said, no, I don't know. Probably not. No, it's good. It gave us Dragon, etc., etc. But part of what the commercial crew program was supposed to do, and this is one of its primary stakeholder expectations for the program, meaning what they want to get out of it, right? One of them was offering redundant dissimilar architecture to the ISS. Now, they're not that. So what the commercial crew program originally did was NASA bought services from commercial contractors, from SpaceX with Dragon, first with Dragon 1 in the Commercial Orbital Transport Program, Commercial Orbital Transport Services Program, and then in the Commercial Crew Program, Dragon 2. Dragon 2 has been doing very well. It's gotten, I think, 11. We're on Crew 11 right now, which means it's flown 12 times with people to the ISS, and with NASA, and then 4 times with private missions with the Axiom 1, 2, 3, and 4 missions. Pretty damn successful track record, considering the first crewed launch for that thing was May of 2020. Pretty good. Not bad. Now, the other commercial contractor that NASA awarded was Boeing with their Starliner, the CST-100 Starliner program. Keep in mind, these contracts were awarded in 2014. So in 2014, contracts were awarded. SpaceX got about $2 billion, and Boeing had $4.2 billion for their Starliner program. SpaceX had about, I think it was $2.5 billion for the Dragon 2 program. Now, SpaceX got their capsule up and running with an uncrewed flight in 2019, if math is serving me left. In-flight abort, and then people to the space station. Bob Behnken, Doug Hurley flew on the DM2 mission in May of 2020. Boeing, on the other hand, flew an orbital flight test in November of 2019. It failed. The capsule had a timing issue that caused its thrusters to fire prematurely, and they saved it, and they got the capsule back. but it didn't achieve its objective of getting to the ISS. Then there was the OFT-2 mission, which did seemingly go pretty well. There were some thruster problems. There were some thruster problems in the business. They call that foreshadowing. And then that paved the way for a crew flight test last year. The crew flight test was plagued with thruster problems. And it did launch with 2 people on it. Sunita Williams and Barry Wilmore launched on it. But the thruster problems were, at least at the time, they appeared to be so bad that what they ended up having to do was catch a ride home on Dragon. The CFT-1 mission did come down with nobody on board. It did come down safely, though. March of 2019, IFA in January 2020. Thank you. So, Starliner, since 2014, since Boeing was awarded $4.2 billion to develop this on a firm fixed price, has flown to the station 2 times, one with people, one without, had 2 partial failures, and is scheduled, or was scheduled, to fly 6 crew missions to the ISS, all the way through the ISS disposal at the end of this decade. Last week, Boeing and NASA jointly announced that Starliner will only be used for 4 flights to the space station because it has been plagued with a lot of issues. What NASA is now, 4 flights to the ISS, 1 cargo flight, 3 crewed flights. Thank you, Rarest. So that's not great. So in the time since the program was kind of, the contracts were awarded in 2014. Now, once again, for reference, Dragon has flown to the space station on 11 routine crew flights, crew 1 through crew 11. Crew 11 is up there right now. DM2, an uncrewed ISS rendezvous demonstration in 2019. 4 commercial Axiom flights to the ISS. So we have 11 crew flights, DM2, and 4 Axiom flights to the space station. So it's been to the space station 16 times in the past 11 years of the program. Starliner, in those same 16 years, has been there twice and has failed on one of them. That's not good. And that's what I mean. It's very... I asked that question because we were talking about Starliner before this news came out, like 2 weeks ago. That's what I mean about the commercial crew program being a failure. Is it a failure? Well, it failed to... I'd call it a partial success at best. It definitely failed to achieve redundant dissimilar architecture. It's not going to do it. Well, it might do it eventually, but to see the Starliner program not be able to even hit the bare minimum of what was promised is not boding very well. I will say this. There's a reason why that one of the 4 flights that NASA has now contracted to the ISS with Starliner is flying cargo. The reason why is because they basically need to do another orbital flight test. They need to do another flight test to validate all those thrusters to make sure that they don't have the same problems that they had over the last 2 flights. Technically, you're right, but the actual failure is Boeing's, not the program. The actual program itself is fine. Yeah, Grab Shark, I guess if you want to split hairs, that's fine. The point that I'm trying to really get at is that commercialization is not really always the point. It's not always what NASA needs, but we seem to, over the past 15 years, think that is what NASA needs. There's a crazy amount of there's a crazy amount of commercialization that is riding on the coattails of SpaceX's success with the Commercial Crew program. And I would disagree. I think NASA didn't hold Boeing's feet to the fire during development of the capsule. They basically left them to their own devices and said, you'll be fine, and then put a magnifying glass up SpaceX's butt with Dragon. And that really came back to bite them. They did not hold them to equal application, and they're paying the price for it. I don't think it's entirely on Boeing either. Allowing failure without penalty is a failure to taxpayers. Correct. What will happen if the cargo flight still has issues? That's what I'm wondering, guys. In the small glimpse that Boeing has given us with the Starliner program into how that program operates, I would be remiss in saying that there's probably other things, other unknown unknowns that they're going to encounter on other Starliner missions, hopefully with nobody on board. With that being said, there's a lot of things on Starliner that are really cool, that do work great. Parachutes work great. The launch vehicle for it is a ULA Atlas V. There's one of the most reliable launch vehicles ever devised by man. So not too worried there. A lot of the systems on Starliner are pretty dang good. The docking system on it is actually pretty trick. I do like Starliner's heads-up displays. I think they're really well made. Very easy to read. Not that SpaceX's aren't either, but there's a lot of things that are going for it that I actually do like. It actually is a pretty damn good design. I just really wish that Boeing decided to sit there and validate their analysis on it, but appears they didn't do that. At what point do we ask for our money back? Well, Binary, we'd have to look. We would have to look at how the milestone funding is being done for that. Now, Commercial Crew is a firm fixed price program. I would make the argument that developing stuff on a firm fixed price is really not a smart thing to do, especially if it's a new endeavor. So, like, for instance, if NASA wanted a new capsule, they wanted a new capsule for a new space station right now, who would you go to? Who would you go to? Seriously, who would you go to? Would you go to Boeing? No, absolutely not. You'd go to SpaceX. Right? I wanted you to make a new capsule. SpaceX has a lot of experience building capsules. I would go with them. That's when firm fixed price really makes a lot of sense, because you know how much a capsule is going to cost, because the Dragon program is a pretty damn good indicator of it. What you shouldn't do is go to a company that has zero experience making capsules and try to fund them on a firm fixed price. Boeing has not made spacecraft historically. They don't make spacecraft. They never have. Now, they merged with companies that did, particularly in 1993 when Boeing merged with Rockwell, which was previously North American. They made the Apollo Command Service Module and the Space Shuttle. But operating spacecraft and building them and engineering them are two different things. Boeing never engineered a spaceship. They made stages historically for NASA. They made the external tanks for the Space Shuttle program. They made the S-1C, the first stage for the Saturn V. They made that. They didn't make spacecraft. They have no experience building spaceships. They have plenty of experience operating spaceships, but no experience building them. And they funded them on a firm fixed price, which I don't think was a good idea, but whatever. Hindsight's 2020. Article, it's 4.2 billion and Boeing has eaten another 2 billion. Yeah, jeez. I would go to EJ. Hey, our Taurus capsule's pretty good. But I stand on the shoulders of giants because it's just kit bashed Orion with a CSM attached to it. But hey, whatever. But SpaceX hadn't engineered anything. They got the contract too. When SpaceX got the contract for Commercial Crew, Geeson, Dragon had already flown to the space station multiple times. They already had the Dragon 1 capsule. So they had some experience there. And that's why firm fixed pricing made sense. Personally, I'd let the companies cook for a while longer. Now, I'd keep that in mind that commercial missions have only been around for a few years and companies are still gaining experience, so it's possible that things wouldn't go as planned. I think that this question will have a positive outcome in 3 to 4 years. Yeah, but Oja, the problem is if you let it cook, me as an American taxpayer are on the hook with Boeing for $4.2 billion, and their contract was to provide 6 flights with the Starliner capsule to the ISS. If we wait 3 or 4 years to let them cook, there will be no ISS left. So, what's the point? Yes, Fox, it was. Boeing bid on Commercial Crew and they got awarded that because they had heritage experience, which... Okay, sure. It's not a firm fixed price or cost plus issue. It was a Boeing issue. Hard disagree. Yeah, after the the Orbital Flight Test 1 mission in 2019, NASA basically admitted that they hadn't really held Boeing to the same standards that they held SpaceX to. NASA believed at the time that they didn't need to hold Boeing to those standards because they have experience, so they'll get it right. What about Sierra Space? Don't get me started on them. Now, we could split hairs about this versus that versus that. The thing is that Starliner promised 6 flights and they're only going to deliver on 4. We're probably not getting that money back for those 6 flights, which it is what it is. And we'll ultimately maybe establish redundant dissimilar architecture at the very end of the ISS program, which, once again, Commercial Crew was started in 2014. That's when the contracts were awarded. So that was 11 years ago. The reason why, the reason why I'd say Commercial Crew is a partial success is because one of its primary goals was to establish redundant dissimilar architecture. And it arguably did not do that. It arguably hasn't done that. And it might do it by the end of the program. Maybe. Now, with that being said, the positives of the Commercial Crew program cannot be ignored. We have the Dragon capsule, and the Dragon capsule is fantastic. It's a fantastic spaceship. And there's no doubt in my mind that Starliner won't be a really good one either someday. I'm sure it will. But as you said, you probably got to give them time. The problem is that if you give them enough time, there's going to be no ISS. There's going to be no destination to go to. And then what was the point? Right? I'd say they held to the same standards, just not the same level of scrutiny to ensure those standards were met. I mean, NASA... That's a... What? Say they held them to the same standards, not the same level of scrutiny to ensure those standards were met. I don't know what that means, Entropy. Yeah, article, maybe. Are you going to be listening to Jared's hearing tomorrow? It's on Wednesday, Trey. Yeah, Phil. Sorry, I was just being pedantic. You made my brain hurt there for a second, dude. Let's not lose sight that because the Starliner failure, Dragon is the only human-rated spacecraft that launches to the ISS. Binary, that's where I'm going with this. Failing at redundant dissimilar architecture, a key stakeholder expectation of the Commercial Crew program, is just that. That's a big fail. Now, we do have success in lowering the cost to get to the ISS with Dragon. Sure, absolutely. And Dragon's an amazing spacecraft. But here's something else to consider. Are we really saving money? I'd argue that Commercial Crew is cheaper, no doubt. SpaceX is way cheaper. Dragon is way cheaper. But Dragon also does a lot less. Dragon also does a lot less in terms of capability comparatively to the thing that it replaced, the space shuttle. It does way less. Can Dragon build a space station like the shuttle could? No. Does Dragon have the downmass capability of the shuttle? Hell no. Now, one could make the argument that it's a little bit safer than the space shuttle. Sure, empirically, you'd be absolutely right. And I hope it stays that way. But, once again, I would argue that Dragon does not do what a space shuttle does, and that it's, you get what you pay for. With the Commercial Crew extension, so the Commercial Crew kind of they had a clause after the initial flights from the Commercial Crew program to opt for more flights. They've opted for more flights, and if I'm remembering correctly, it's to the tune of about $250 million for a crewed Dragon launch to the ISS. Please, somebody fact check me on that one. So it's $250 million to put 4 people to the ISS. The space shuttle could do 7 people to the ISS and 25 metric tons for $400 million. Even adjusting for inflation, that was $400 million in 2011 dollars. Even adjusting for inflation from 2011 to now, that capability scales with price. Interestingly enough. Please start in page 6, I beg you. Stop. Dragon was not asked to do what the shuttle does. Different customer expectations. Sure, absolutely, Andrew, but it was seen as a shuttle replacement. Look, the point that I'm trying to... okay, let's get down to brass tacks. The point that I'm trying to make is that commercial is only really good in certain applications here. I would argue that redundant dissimilar architecture in a public-private partnership, so Starliner and Dragon, has ultimately failed. That's not a good idea. So the only real good redundant capability that you'd want here is government to private. So have Dragon be redundant to Orion in future spacecraft endeavors, or Starship be redundant to Orion. Whatever, pick your poison. If we had been flying with Orion, we would always, with Orion to the ISS, with Ares 1 or whatever other vehicle you choose. Pick your poison. Personally, I think Orion's going to find its way onto New Glenn at some point, and I will welcome that. That'd be fantastic. You're comparing marginal launch cost to total launch cost, though. No, I'm not. I'm comparing unit price to unit price, not total cost involved. Sad. Yeah, I've made this argument many times. Yeah, Baron, I know. It's not anything we didn't know. But now, because of this Dragon, the entire weight of the ISS logistics program is relying on Dragon. And that's it. That's not great. So we have the same capsule flying, arguably safer than the space shuttle, but way lesser in capability, as our sole way to get to the ISS. We have less ways to get to the ISS now than we did when the space shuttle was retired. And Russia said they're not trusting or launching their crews on Starliner anytime soon. Interesting. Orion was never going to service the ISS, though. It was always too expensive due to the requirement to need the Constellation SLS launch. What do you mean? What do you mean, Fox? So you don't want, if you were using Orion to start pioneering going back to the moon and doing deep space missions, you wouldn't want it launching to low Earth orbit to the ISS, just maybe to shake down the capsule to I don't know, maybe make sure there's nothing wrong with the heat shield? Or the life support systems? No? Not a good idea, huh? Too expensive? All right. Yeah, no, you're right. That's too expensive. It's a bad idea. I don't know. Anyway, Orion has problems with its heat shield, by the way. And those problems with the heat shield are due to lack of flight tests. For just context for the joke there. And yeah, so guys, it's, I think you could make the argument that the Commercial Crew, SpaceX in the context of the Commercial Crew program has been a saving grace. That's been really, really, really beneficial. Because considering that's the only way to get to the space station right now, that's kind of important. But yeah, I would say that the Commercial Crew program in retrospect now, and I probably wouldn't have said this 5 years ago, has been a pretty much a partial success. I wouldn't call it a complete success because look at Starliner. Look at what happened. And you could say that that's on Boeing, but it could be up NASA. It could be about, I think it has a lot to do with NASA as well, not holding their feet to the fire. Commercial Crew is a mixed bag. I would say partial success because I'd say the benefits of the Dragon program outweigh the failures of the Starliner program by a long shot. So I would say partial success. I wouldn't, but that's the reason why I brought it up. Now, once again, this is all in regards to NASA announcing last week that Starliner is only going to move to the space station 4 times instead of the original contracted 6 times, with 1 cargo mission and 3 crewed flights. And the reason why they're doing that is because Starliner is not ready. It keeps having problems during test flights. Fast Russian news. They kicked Oleg Artemiev out of Crew 12 because he changed religions. What? So should Starliner even be allowed to visit the ISS? I don't know. Cost breakdown analysis. I would say that we've gotten our money's worth with Dragon, Goalie. Where did you hear that, Baron? Give me a source. What do you think would have happened if NASA had gone old school cost plus for the ISS crew servicing? I don't think, Fox, that the Commercial Crew program should have been entirely firm fixed price. I would argue that, once again, Commercial Crew, I'm thinking, give me a second. Yeah, Squirby, you pick your extremity that you want. I don't think NASA should have gone old school for Commercial Crew for what it's worth. I think that developing cost plus contracts are good for developing a service that doesn't exist in the market. And the reason why SpaceX was able to do it with a firm fixed price is, one, because Elon's hell-bent on, going to Mars. So that probably had a lot to do with it. The company culture at SpaceX is pretty damn good in this regard. Very clear stakeholder expectations. But once again, that is not the standard to the rule. It's an exception to the rule. Not every company is like that, and that's okay. Is anything stopping another company from building a second astronaut vehicle? Ash Bazdon is really the big one. That's weird, Marin. I'll check into that later. What was I saying? So development for the capsule is probably would have been a good idea, and fixed price for services after that once development has been established. Once again, SpaceX succeeded despite this. Usually, like something like the Apollo program, you wouldn't buy that on a firm fixed price because you don't know how much going to the moon costs. You just know that you want to do it. You're not going to be able to establish costs until you get there, which, once again, as much as people hate cost plus contracts with like SLS, for instance, it does make sense. That is the right application for contract there. The problem with the SLS program is that it has no goal. There's no goal. What does this rocket do? That's always been its problem. And I would argue that incentivizes a cost plus system to just be abused. But that's another story. I think the real redundant, Fox, the point that I'm trying to make with this is in regards to this whole Starliner thing, and this is very much my opinion. People can defer your opinion with me. That's fine. You can disagree. That's totally cool. I very much think that redundant dissimilar architecture should be done through commercial, so NASA having their own stuff and commercial contractors having their own stuff. It shouldn't be between commercial contractors. If there are more than one commercial contractor for a market, that would be fine. I wouldn't mind if Starliner had succeeded and Dragon had succeeded and they did all their they met all their goals, right? Dragon basically did. If Starliner had also proved its worth, right, and it was flying routinely to the ISS at this point, I would still argue that NASA should have their own way to get to the ISS. Public-private partnership redundant dissimilar architecture in the applications of public-private partnership is the most sustainable way forward in my mind. You know, and don't get me wrong, fellas. I do like Starliner. I think Starliner is a very good design. I really do. I really don't mind it. It's the thruster blocks, the way they engineered the thruster blocks in the capsule is actually very, very, very well thought out. The testing regime for it was not, but it's okay. Yeah, Element, I think that's a good way to say it. But is there a buyout into the commercial crew service contract if Starliner can't do it? I'm not sure, Outdoorsman. I'd have to go look. That's a good question. Remember that the contract did have stages, payouts for development and testing. Honestly, I agree that NASA dropped the ball on ensuring Starliner was up to scratch, but I think the bigger issue is that Boeing management had no idea how to cost it. That's what I mean about development. You'd award firm fixed price for procurement of vehicles. So I'll give you an example. Let's take like the Abrams tank. Okay, let's say the M1 Abrams tank. Everybody knows what that is. It's the U.S. main battle tank. It's a pretty good vehicle, right? Chrysler developed yes, Dodge. The Abrams is a freaking Dodge. Yeah, Chrysler. It's General Dynamics technically, but it's Chrysler. They developed it, right? They made a couple of prototypes, made exactly what they want, and then they started buying them, right? And then they started procuring them. Firm fixed price for procurement is no problem. Development, though, not so much great. Now, once again, that's on Boeing for not understanding what they were getting into, to be honest with you. But it's also like, look, it's also on NASA for vetting their contractors and making sure. NASA said that Boeing would be able to do this. Even Boeing said they'd be able to do this. And they can't. Boeing has cited the firm fixed pricing as the reason why they're having problems. Well, that tells me that you had no idea how much the Starliner program was going to cost, and your budget projections for it were completely wrong, which tells me you have no experience making capsules, which is pretty much right. Once again, not to knock on Starliner, I think Boeing has done pretty dang well going from, through their own admittance, basically nothing in 2014 when the contract got awarded to flying the dang thing in 2019. That's pretty good, given the prices. Honestly, capsules aren't an unknown, though. They're pretty much a solved problem. I mean, Fox, you say that, but clearly not. Starliner and Orion are pretty good case scenarios as to the opposite, right? Would you say? I mean, clearly it's not known. We hadn't made a capsule for 50 years. So I would argue that no, I don't think that's right. Do you think Boeing went into it thinking airplane building mentality and pricing? I don't know what they were thinking, goalie, but it wasn't success, that's for sure. I don't know. Just an interesting thought exercise. I still think to this day that NASA needs to have their own redundant capability that's redundant to a commercial market with redundant dissimilar architecture over there. Basically, I want Starliner, Dragon, and Orion. And if I can't have Starliner and Dragon, and we just have Dragon, I would at least want Orion. The reason why is because it's always gonna be a good thing to have two different ways to get to the space station. Now, One could make the argument that, having Dragon is fine. If Orion doesn't go there, that's no big deal. If Starliner doesn't go there, no big deal. We always have Soyuz. Right? We always have Soyuz. Soyuz, Russian workhorse. Great rocket. Been flying since 1966, albeit in upgraded versions over time. And a Soyuz launch did happen. A Soyuz launch to the ISS did happen last week. I'm not sure which mission it was, to be honest with you. Before I say anything further, let's look. That was MS-28. The MS-28 mission launched from Site 31 with Sergei Skverchkov. I can't say his name. That's a really tough one. Sergei Mikhayev and Christopher Williams from NASA. They did launch. They did get up to the ISS. Something went wrong during launch. A servicing gantry for Soyuz's igniter engine ignition gantries rolled out of its mount and landed in the flame trench. That piece, see that thing that's over there, that wreckage, that belongs in here. See how there's a hollow space in there? It belongs in there. That's the servicing gantries for Soyuz igniter umbilicals. That's bad. That's really, really bad. So now Soyuz is off the table. That's going to take a while to fix that thing. That is severe pad damage. And, we know from, SpaceX with Starship that damaging the pad usually makes the thing not work for a little while. Closer pictures. This is from Katya Pavlichenko, right? This is, Baron, this is the... Oh. Yeah, that's, Oh, jeez. Will they fix it? I don't know. So now, think about, the reason why I point this out now is think about what I just said about redundant dissimilar architecture. Now Dragon is the only way to get to the ISS. The only way. And once again, I'm not saying that it's a bad capsule. It's fine. Dragon is great. But having one way to get to the only one way to get there, one type of rocket to get there is not ideal. Yeah, if something went wrong, God forbid, if something went wrong with Dragon or Falcon, I mean, I don't think it will at this point in time. It's a pretty dang mature design, but that's not how, you don't count your chickens like that with spaceflight. That's a bad idea. We did that with the space shuttle. Not great. That didn't end well. This is why there should always be three ways. When one goes down, you'll still have two. And that's what I'm saying. From the NSF forum, according to posters on the Novosti Kosmonevtiki forum, a backup version of the mobile servicing platform ordered by the Soviet government back in 1971 had been delivered from the NKMZ factory in Ukraine to Baikonur in 2013. However, it likely represents the older 8U216 version of the structure, and in any case, its installation would require major construction work at the pad, including dismantling of the existing equipment. Yeah, there's no way you're getting that thing in there without the pad deck being uncovered. Cosmin not going to work here anymore. Is that the right erector? Isn't the right erector arm now a bit low on the pad as well? The erector, the rotating service structures look fine. The pad deck looks fine. Hey, Wolian, since you haven't answered this enough times today, how was your Thanksgiving? It was great, man. Thank you. As Berger said, crazy to think about it. If there's any emergency on the ISS for the time being, literally every responsibility falls on SpaceX. Do you see why I made the point that I made now? Yes. Would having Orion be able to get to the ISS, would that have been expensive? Would it have shouldered some of the development cost of Constellation? Yes, absolutely. Would Ares 1 been a little bit expensive to develop because it's also shouldering this development cost for Ares 5? Yes, that would have been pretty damn expensive. But also at the same time, I don't like this. I don't like being in this position. They ordered the platform and it arrived 42 years later. Let's say Dragon can't fly to the ISS because of issues before docking. What should they do? Fly Dragon anyway? No, that's how people get hurt. It is known that they have a spare, but its condition is questionable and would need rework anyway. So if it's the newer version might not work. So, Darker Player, Vostochny might work, but that pad isn't equipped for manned Soyuz missions. Yeah, it doesn't have the rotating service structure. These things right here, the RSS, there's two of them, and they go up and they clamp the vehicle. That has the crew access port in it. Also, to go back a bit on an early comment, Orion is the single most capable spacecraft ever built. Generally blows my mind what the spacecraft is able to do. When flying on SLS Block 1B/2, it effectively functions as a space shuttle, but to the moon. Yeah, Vulcan, there's no questioning that Orion is planned to have really nice capability. It has to prove that out first, though, just like Starliner does. Dude, the life support systems didn't pass acceptance testing. The heat shield charring, I don't like, dude. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, they would have been fine if there were people on board. Or, flying a different trajectory is a good safety factor. I don't like that. I don't like that. That's not... I really think that the decision to make a blocked Avcoat heat shield because you didn't have the manufacturing capability to make a honeycomb lattice heat shield was a really stupid decision, especially if you're not in a hardware-rich program. There was literally no way of testing whether you knew that blocked heat shield was going to be fine or not. There was no way to test it. There's no arc jet that's big enough to do that. So why would you do that? Who made that design decision? I don't think that's smart, dude. I really don't. And I want Orion to succeed. I want everything to succeed, right? But that is a very, especially not in a hardware-rich program when your next test flight is the one with people on board. Not great. Wasn't the shuttle essentially a blocked thermal protection system? I don't visually understand where the platform can be. I'll talk to you about it in a second, Jeff. The shuttle, a block TPS, the shuttle used tiles. And those tiles were block-shaped outdoorsmen, but comparing a silicate tile reusable thermal protection system to an Avcoat blocked ablative thermal protection system is like comparing English to Russian. Like, yeah, there are some similarities, but that's not the same language at all. It doesn't even come from the same, like you trace the roots of each language. They don't come from the same thing. Russian is descended of Greece. It's descended of Greek. And it's an amalgam of a bunch of different languages that's kind of centered around Greek. English is Germanic. It's a Germanic language. Not even the same part of the world. Can China dock to the ISS? Theoretically, yes. Probably, no. They did make one. They just said it's too hard to make. Yes, No Wrath. I still think that was a really bad idea, but whatever. I have to strongly disagree with you on that one. We can have built honeycomb, and we have also flown Avcoat blocks before with success. The actual issue with the Avcoat was not due to the block design itself, but the irregular permeability of the Avcoat. The issue seen on Artemis 1 would have materialized in a honeycomb design as well, and had even been seen somewhat on Apollo. So you're fine with putting people on the next flight? You're okay with that? You're fine with this? You think that's an okay testing regime, doing exactly what they're doing? You'd be fine riding on Orion, goalie? Okay. Given the 1 year testing and investigation into the heat shield and evaluating the exact mechanical method for what happened, yes. You're accepting a lot of risk there. I think that's too much risk for NASA's taste. I think Vulcan, I honestly and truly think that they're kind of screwed. You don't have any other way to do this, and you're under a deadline now, for better or for worse. I think that they're taking a heightened level of risk here because the program isn't hardware rich. I'll get to the Soyuz pad back here in a second. I really don't think that that's a good idea. Vulcan, I disagree. I don't think that's right. You can say that it's not due to the block design. It's absolutely due to the block design. And yes, you do get charring with the honeycomb design, but it's uniform charring because it's an ablative heat shield. Boss, walking down an empty corridor is too much of a risk for NASA. You might slip, trip on a tile, it could ruin the fall, etc., etc. Yeah, Tessa, what you're trying to say there is that NASA is too risk adverse. There's nothing wrong with being more risk adverse to be bold. If you're going to push unknown unknowns in spaceflight, I usually have no problem with it as long as the people flying on board have no problem with it. But the thing is here is that that's not what's going on here. NASA is accepting heightened risk because they don't have a choice. This was not a decision made on a whim by NASA, and the crew ultimately gets the final choice on if they think it's safe to fly. They delayed the flight for a year to directly investigate and ensure it understood what happened, and are explicitly cutting out the part of the flight that saw the issue. And you absolutely get uneven charring on honeycomb, particularly visible on Apollo 16. That didn't load for me, dude. I would not fly on Orion as is without further testing of the heat shield. Vulcan. Now that link didn't load. I'll just take your word for it that they did get charring. So, a honeycomb, an Avcoat honeycomb ablator has charring on the exact same trajectory that the block heat shield is supposed to fly on Artemis 2. Artemis 2 isn't doing the skip. They're going to fly the, not a skip like out of the atmosphere. They're going to fly in a trajectory very similar to Apollo. Now, that's commendable, going with what you know. I don't have a problem with that. That's fine. But also at the same time, if that's going to char a honeycomb Avcoat heat shield, it will absolutely char a blocked heat shield. Probably more.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, goalie, sure. And once again, Vulcan, I suppose my problem really isn't with flying people on the next flight. If we want to get back to the moon, we want to beat China to the moon, we want to do, you're gonna have to take that leap. And I don't necessarily have a problem with that. But my big thing is that I hope that we understand the risk here. Now, I have no way to know if we did. That independent review report that they released was almost entirely redacted, save for the people that actually worked on it, right? It's just like, oh, this guy worked on it. Woody Hoberg worked on it and stuff. It's not about charring, though. It's about heat cycling and gas getting trapped when the shield cooled during the skip in Orion's case. Vulcan, look at what Baron said. Baron, you're saying your chief engineer was arguing that the cracks and ablation irregularities from Artemis 1 is a sign of inconsistent thermal response under load. And that new trajectory might shift peak heating zones or alter stagnation point dynamics and potentially hitting untested stress limits of the heat shield structure. He has 40 years of experience in spaceflight. I do believe Vulcan because he's more informed about Orion than you, but I'm still worried. I was under the impression that a skip re-entry was supposed to be easier on a heat shield. Is it the opposite? Baron, dude, I'm not comfortable with the risks here. This is not, and you guys know me. I don't like the safety police. I don't like environmental impact. I don't like, bureaucracy, getting rid of it here. But this isn't about bureaucracy. The lack of a hardware-rich space program. Guys, okay, let me put it to you like this. If SpaceX had this problem with Dragon on their heat shield, and they did have pica problems, and NASA did get up their butt about it. If SpaceX was building something analogous to Orion, and they had this type of charring problems, NASA would not put people on it. And they would make SpaceX fix it. But they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it with themselves. The person Baron talked to entirely didn't understand the problem Orion had. The heat loading is not what caused the spalling. It was gas buildup under. But the gas buildup happens from the blocks. It permeates in between the blocks, dude. Crew 1 flew with the same heat shield as DM2, despite the issue seen on DM2's entry. Well, dude, I've read those reports. And having the entire independent review team report be redacted does not. I don't like that. I don't like it at all, dude. And I know why they did it. They don't want. We have to be very careful about what we disclose with our space program. We live in an era where you can't really be as transparent as we want everybody to be, but main reason there's objectives for the ITAR warhead stuff. That definitely sucks for us. So Vulcan, the point is that I with the information given from the press conferences and everything, there's clearly something that they're not telling us. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to go schizoid here, dude. I really think we need another uncrewed flight test. I want to see that heat shield work exactly as intended. And I do not want people on board when it does that. That's just good engineering, dude. To even sit here and pretend like I get it, we understand the charring, we understand that's not, you're right, and that's fair. I would not put people on the next one. I would want a flight to make exactly sure that that thing works with people on board. I think at least, well, like, dude, here's the thing. There's no way to test it. There's no way to test that heat shield down here. And yes, the behavior supposedly is well understood. And that's all fine and dandy. But the behavior was well understood for Artemis 1, too. It was well understood then. And it charred in a way that it's not... Look, it's not about whether Artemis 2 will work or not. And this might seem like I'm shifting the goalpost, dude. Everything you said seems to make sense. It seems to be right. But, look, what we're about to do with the Artemis program is difficult. It's difficult in ways that we do not understand. And sending it like this is... Look, if you're not retiring Risk now, you're going to run into problems later. Does that make sense, dude? Albeit with commercial, with Orion, whatever. If NASA just came out and said, look, we're stuck between a rock and a hard place because we can't launch this thing unless there's an SLS rocket, you know, if they said something like that, I'd be like, okay, cool. You have a heightened risk, but they don't. They don't say that. They said, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Well, you don't know that for sure. You don't know that for sure, dude. You can't say that you don't know what that heat shield is going to do. We have a pretty good guess, but there's still, I think, there's a considerable amount of heightened risk here. This is very, very, very not risk adverse. Like you're sending it. You're very much sending it. You don't know for sure. Heat shields are one of the hardest things to test. To sum up easy, risk is fine. Unnecessary risk is unnecessary. Eliminate as much unnecessary risk as possible so that needed risk is more accepted. Bingo. Bingo. That's what I'm getting at here. If you're not going to test the heat shield by even your own standards at this point because your program architecture is terrible, you probably should reconsider the program. Not cancel Artemis. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying, look, you're going to need another test flight. Put it on New Glenn or something. Put it on New Glenn 9x4. I don't care. Whenever that thing flies. You're not testing it by even your own standards. And they're not doing that, Vulcan, they're not doing that because, you know, we could sit here and you could say that we know as much as we know about it. We know why this happened. We know exactly why this happened. We know exactly why this happened. Yeah, that's fine. But in any other scenario, dude, this heat shield should be qualified. It would be qualified. You wouldn't want that much deviance in your engineering. Even if you understand the deviations, right? Like, I would want another flight test. Dude, I want another flight test because you don't know for sure. Your analysis bodes well. But the analysis for Artemis 1 boded well too. And look what happened. The problem they are having, is it like embrittlement issue? No. Gas is getting behind the heat shield and liberating chunks of heat shield. That's the problem. That's the short answer. There's spalling and then there's charring. There's a couple of different things. Remember, though, the pressure only built up due to the skip and the heat soaking into those middle layers while the outside wasn't burning away. Skipping the skip ensures that the outer layers are being stripped away fast enough for the gas to escape. So, see... Now, Vulcan, hold on a second. Let me ask you a question here. So if that's the case, why was this new skip trajectory even why? Why did we change it? Do you see what I'm saying, dude? Could Orion be stuck on a Falcon Heavy? It is a little bit heavy to do that. I do understand you. We had a discussion about this. We know that the cause was material in the middle layers of the avcoat that had air pockets form after an extended period of heating. Our only worry is that changing the trajectory could affect other points of the shield that are not tested enough. That's what I mean, dude. Why were these design decisions changed? Like, switching to a block one is, I don't really agree with that. I don't think switching to a block one heat shield was a good idea, or to a blocked Avcoat heat shield was a good idea, just because the honeycomb heat shield was too hard to make. Sure. Now, you can QA test block heat shield components a little bit better than you can with the honeycomb ablator, for sure. But also at the same time, you know, they changed its re-entry trajectory. They changed the heat shield composition from EFT1 to Artemis 1. Why? Why change all this? You're elevating risk by changing the design post-test flight. That's NASA's own rules. I really, really think that, you know, NASA in Vulcan, we could sit here and we could say till we're blue in the face that, oh, it's fine. No, you don't. You don't know that it's fine. You have a good idea that it's fine. That you have a good idea that it'll work. A pretty good idea, but that's not, you don't know for sure. No, I get it. There's always an acceptable risk, etc., etc. My point is that we don't need to accept this type of risk. This is an unnecessary risk. I would want Orion to fly one more time without people, just to be absolutely sure. Do a repeat of the Artemis 1 mission. Now, in terms of upper stages and whatnot, you know, running out of ICPSs, I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do with that. I don't think that saving an SLS launch is worth 4 human lives in order to beat China back to the moon. I don't think that risk is smart. I don't think that's smart spaceflight engineering. I think that NASA is constricted by their architecture and they won't admit it. Just fly EFT-1 again on Falcon Heavy. Sure. I just don't know what drove these design decisions to change literally everything about the heat shield between EFT-1 and Artemis 1. Do you feel the same way about tossing people on the space shuttle's first flight, or was that different? I'll answer that in a second, Jasper. NASA right now is in the position that they have one more Block 1 SLS rocket than they do missions to the moon right now. If they wanted to fly this mission uncrewed, they could and would. There's another ICPS. Since when? Artemis 3 right now has no functional mission. There's the quote of the video right there. Very, very well said. Thanks, Jen. Yeah, I mean, I'm collecting my words as I go, but yeah. No, Artemis 3 is supposed to be the first human landing. I know this is apples and oranges, but what heat shield does Dragon use? So, Fluffy, Dragon uses a proprietary version of a phenolic-impregnated carbon ablator. It's called Pica for short. SpaceX has their own blend of Pica. It's called Pica X. So they put an X next to it. There's no lander, and right now NASA is looking for alternatives to Artemis 3 missions to get the last Block 1 out the door to hand over to Block 1B as soon as feasible. Vulcan, I'm not following. I'm not following what you're saying. So, if Artemis 3 has no mission, per what you just said, because there's no lander, why not use it to test Orion more without people on board? Why not have Artemis 2 just repeat what Artemis 1 did, and then do Artemis 2 on the Artemis 3 ICPS, and then switch to Block 4 for lunar landings in 2028 when Artemis 4 rolls around? Why do this? Why? What's the point? Exactly, NASA could do that if that was what they needed. They aren't backed into a corner. They made the decision because they did the work. Falcon. Dude, come on. There's... You don't know for sure that that heat shield is going to work. NASA could know for sure that it's going to work and not impede our lunar plans by much. And they're choosing not to. Hey, Magnus, what's going on? NASA absolutely could and would fly Artemis 2 uncrewed. I asked Victor Glover point blank earlier this year if they had the ability to say no to flying Artemis 2, and he said yes. It's their spacecraft first and foremost. Yeah, dude, but every astronaut's going to say that flies, dude. And has it ever happened? Have they ever refused a spacecraft? Has that ever happened? Encourage Blue Origin to crew rate 9x4. As far as I know, Kane, New Glenn 7x2. The Block 1 New Glenn is crew rated. I'm pretty dang sure that they crew rated it. STS-1 was delayed multiple times to address issues raised by the crew. Well, that's good to know, dude, but there were issues raised by the crew on STS-1, and the space shuttle still didn't had some problems with its body flap, if memory serves me correct. And had John Young known the problems with the body flap, he probably would have aborted the mission. The point is that there's always curveballs, dude. We can sit here and we can pretend like we're sure, but we're not going to be sure until we get a good validation on that heat shield. Dude, I'm happy that Victor and I like Vic. Vic's cool. I'm happy that the crew is good with taking the risk. That's cool. That does make me feel a little bit better about it, dude. But you're in an opportunity where you don't need to take this risk. You don't need to. Mercury capsules were rejected by the crew. Well, that's good to know. Either way, it probably would have been better to send Orion to the ISS with Ares 1, because then we wouldn't be as screwed as we are because of this. Interesting conversation. I mean, Vulcan, I suppose if the crew is good with it, the crew is good with it. I'm not, but my opinion don't count. So, the crew's fine with flying, and if they're willing to take that risk, I guess I don't have a problem with it. But dude, I can't help but think in the back of my mind, man. And once again, I ain't trying to concern troll. I know people that work on Orion. I like Orion. I think Orion is a good design. It needs a better service module. The service module sucks. No, that's not a slight towards the Europeans. We told them to design it like that, and they did. The service module sucks. It's terrible. With all that being said, dude, these missions are going to get increasing. The Artemis missions get increased in complexity no matter what lander option you choose. Say Blue pulls a fast one and NASA goes for like Blue Moon Mark II, right? These missions are still very complicated. We're using lunar orbit rendezvous at that point. LOR is untested. Not that I'm saying it won't work. But if we're not willing to mitigate risks now, there will be glaring holes in the program, no matter what lander we use in the future, dude. If you're willing to play this game like this now, yes, higher risk, higher reward for sure. However, like I said, mission complexity is only going up. It's only going to get more complicated from here. Artemis 1, way more complicated than EFT1. Artemis 2, way more complicated than Artemis 1. Artemis 3, way more complicated than Artemis 2. See what I'm saying? These missions are very much increasing in difficulty every time. And not being able to buy down risk when you could right now, as much as you possibly could, will come back to bite us. I don't know how it's going to come back to bite us.
Go at throttle up.
But it will. It always does. This is just like, you don't even have the heat shield figured out completely. And Vulcan, that's not to say that NASA's analysis isn't good enough, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I would argue that it is, that it isn't. But, once again, I suppose if the Artemis 2 crew is good to fly on it, sure, why not? All right. If you guys say it's good, I'll believe you. But you're not buying down the risk as much as you could be. And that's going to put you in technical debt. And you're going to have to pay that technical debt one way or the other sometime. Would you not agree? Look, the analysis is good, and I trust NASA to get it done. I trust NASA to get it done right. And if the astronauts are good with it, I'm good. But look, the missions are only going to get harder from here. At what point does not buying down the risk come back to get you? You know what I mean? Dude, we can't predict the future. Maybe it'll go fine. It'll probably go fine, in which case, good. I will be the first to admit that I was wrong. And no qualms. Like, this isn't about pride or anything, dude. I just want to make sure that I have an accurate understanding of what's going on here. And with the knowledge that with all current information proposed here, they're not sure about the heat shield. They're pretty sure, but they're not fully sure. You could be fully sure, but NASA is going to put people on it before they're fully sure. I don't like that. But once again, the crew's good with it. It's fine. Hey, Jaeger, 75-month resub. Love the shirt. Moon in heaven, Ken. Edgecana Project Truck, Snow Donuts soon. Yeah. Anyway, the Soyuz pad is broken. It's very broken. Dragon's the only way to get to the ISS. If we had Orion and Ares 1 right now, A, we could probably would have figured out these heat shield problems a long time ago, and B, we would have 2 ways to get to the ISS at this point. Vulcan, that's the overall point that I was trying to make. I don't know if you came in towards the end of it, but that's what I was trying to say. If we had a hardware-rich space program, we wouldn't have this problem. Now, that is a big problem. That's bad. In positive news, my winter car was announced. Nice. Anyway, what was that other? There was another question that I wanted to answer. I said I'd answer it in a second. Jasper, you asked it, I believe. Do you feel the same way about tossing people? Oh, no, I already answered that. There was another one. Or maybe I did get to it. Nice. Interestingly, we probably wouldn't have found the heat shield problems by flying on Ares 1 to the ISS. Low Earth orbit Orion and deep space Orion and CSP had different shields. I know. Yeah. Yeah, I know. That's the difference between the CEV and the MPCV. I understand. But Vulcan, you know good and well that even if it's low Earth orbit data, that would give you better analysis. More flight data is better. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I right or am I right? Oh, you're right. And when you're right, you're right. I did get the shuttle question, all right. How did they test the heat shield on STS-1 and crew rate it? They put people on it and sent it. STS-1 was a ballsy-ass mission. Probably the highest amount of risk that NASA has ever been willing to send. I would argue that there was less risk for Apollo 11 than there was for STS-1. I'm not even kidding. Yeah. I'm serious. Did you cut your hair? No. I cut it like 2 weeks ago. You were going to get to my question about which rocket could fly Soyuz. No, nothing could fly Soyuz. The Russians wouldn't do it, outdoorsman. The Russians wouldn't put Soyuz on other rockets. Risky as Apollo 8? Yeah, 8 is definitely up there. I'd say 8 was the riskiest of all the Apollo missions by a long shot. Astrocanugulate, yeah, that's a good point. What would you think? In a slugging match between, like, unknown unknowns between 8 and STS-1, what would you say? Progress, however, could fly in another vehicle. If I recall correctly, Angara 1.2 is immediately compatible with Progress. Isn't Soyuz 5 doing something, too? Do you remember Apollo 8? I was there for it. Yeah, it was there. It's supposed to have a test flight this month. Okay. An RD-171MV flight would be fun to see. Sure. Yeah, the Zenit, not Zenit rocket. Yeah. A lot of people saying STS-1. STS-1 was nuts. There's a reason why they put John Young on it, because if the poop hit the fan, he would be the guy to know. He would be the guy that knows what to do. But anyway, good conversations, dude. Interesting. All right. So, Site 31, like I said, had some problems. So I showed this a second ago. People are having trouble figuring out what the heck this is. So that's the service gantry for the igniter arms for Soyuz. Okay, so let me give you a little bit of a background on the Soyuz rocket. This is a Soyuz 2.1 right here. Soyuz 2.1. That's the current modern version. I think it's a 2.1A, if I'm remembering correctly. So Soyuz 2.1A is used for crew flights, and 2.1B is used for Progress, if I'm remembering correctly. Somebody just fact check me on that one. This is all off the top of my head, so bear with me. So Soyuz is a 3-stage rocket, okay? It's a 3-stage medium-duty launch vehicle, right? The capsule's obviously up there. You have your 3rd stage right here. The 2nd stage in Russian nomenclature is the center core. Center core is your 2nd stage, and your 1st stage is the 4 boosters on the outside. Now, that doesn't mean that the center engine on a Soyuz flight is not ignited at launch. It absolutely is. At launch, they ignite the 2nd stage and the 1st stage here. Now, let's go to the engines here real quick. The Soyuz 2.1 has 2 different types of engines down here. You have the engine that's on the 4 side boosters called the RD-107. And then you have the engine in the 2nd stage, the center core, that's an RD-108. Big difference is where your vernier thrusters are. Now, these engines do not have thrust vector control. They can't move the nozzles. Now, keep in mind, the 6 nozzles right here, four main nozzles and 2 vernier engines right there, are all one component. That's all being fed by one power pack. So this is one engine. And then the 8 nozzles here on the center core is also one engine. That's an RD-108. Now, the RD-107's nozzles don't move. They're fixed. What this rocket does is uses vernier thrusters here. These things, which is part of the main thruster. That's all one thing. This is all one engine. Now, these on the outer boosters here, on the RD-107s, the thrusters only go like this. They only go 2 directions. They go back and forth. These thrusters can only move this way. These thrusters can only move that way. So if we're looking at the rocket from the back, the vernier thrusters on the RD-107s on the two bottom boosters go this way, and then on the top they go this way and this way. That's how the thing steers. Now, when your third or first stage separates, these things separate, and you're flying just on your second stage, which is the center, you have an RD-108. The RD-108 has 4 verniers. These two, top right, bottom left, move like this. Okay? And then the top left, bottom right, they move like this. You combine 2 thrusters that do this and 2 thrusters that do this, and you get yaw, pitch, and roll. That's how it steers. Okay? Now, these engines are very, very, very simple. About as simple as you can make a rocket engine nowadays. Very simple. They are old school design. The RD-107s and RD-108s design dates back to the mid-1950s in the Soviet space program. These are the engines that were developed for the Soviet R-7 intercontinental ballistic missile called Semyorka. Okay? They're very simple. No thrust vector control. It's just these things that kind of move back and forth, that kind of wiggle back and forth to steer the dang thing. They're very, very, very simple engines. Now, enter what happened with this pad here. This right here, the pad puking its guts out, is puking out a service gantry for it's a service gantry for technicians, for Roscosmos technicians to be able to access the igniter arms in the launch pad for the vehicle. The reason why is because the starting mechanism for these engines is not on the rocket. It's not on it because they needed to save mass. Name of the game is, making the thing as low mass as possible. You want what's called a low final mass with rocket design. Basically make it as light as possible. But you got to remember, it's mass because where you're going, there's no weight because you're in microgravity, right? So make the rocket as low mass as possible. So Sergei Korolev was the guy that designed this. He decided that the starter mechanisms, the actuator mechanisms, would be GSE, ground servicing equipment for Soyuz, right? So how do these engines start? You guys ever watch the science experiment where they have there's a steel flask or not a steel flask, a glass flask, and it's full of like methane, and somebody throws a match in it, and then it kind of catches on fire, and the flames go all the way down, or the flames go all the way up, and then when they get all the way up, the thing just shoots out a jet, basically. That's how they start. They stick a match up the nozzle, and basically, the resulting kind of vacuum that's created from sticking a match up an engine with the valves open, basically causes not a siphon, but that's basically how it starts. Light fuse, run away. Bet you can't stick it. You're on. So, there's matchsticks for this. The matches are on giant service gantry arms that kind of move up and into position. I do believe I have some pictures of it here. Let's go to here. Katya has some pictures. Now, if you look here, this is coming from Katya Pavlichenko. She kind of covers Russian spaceflight news. Now, here is the gantry platform. This whole dang thing that these dudes are standing on is now about 100 meters that way. The service gantry has the servicing platforms, and if you look up there, see that bar that's going right there? And then there's another bar that's going right there. Those are your igniter gantries. You need this servicing gantry so someone can go replace the match, basically. And the servicing gantries need to, after the rocket gets integrated, it needs to turn up and into position. Here, let me see if I can get you a better picture of this. I'm looking for a video. Roscosmos usually has a lot of B-roll footage. They used to post a ton of B-roll footage back in the day of like them doing integration and stuff. I'll see if I can find it. Give me 1 second. Oh, that's a good picture, Spoiled, yeah. All my saved YouTube links are removed. I had some good ones. Yeah, we're going to have to go sit here and sift through them. They used to post sweet B-roll footage, dude. Yeah, I have Starbase Live going on in the background. What you're hearing is the dismantling of the launch mount 1. That's Proton. All the legs are down, Fluffy, yeah. Hey, Chief, what's going on? That's the only pad that could reach the ISS. Yeah, Site 31. You know what? This progress footage should show it. This is, yeah, okay, here we go. So this is a progress rocket. It's pretty much the same thing. It's just their uncrewed resupply version. Non-reusable, or well, none of it's reusable, but you get the idea. Progress doesn't come back down. It doesn't have a heat shield. It's just disposed of. So Soyuz is built on the erector piece right here. This erector piece, the erector is carried via a train here. This is Site 31. This is the pad that popped. And the erector, see, there it goes. It puts the rocket into position. Now, from there, they attach the hold down points, right? You can see there, they're moving the hold down points into position. These are people walking. They're not, French Guiana is not set up for crew launches, Ando. You need these things, the rotating service structure. The rotating service structure has the crew access arms on it. And then there's your umbilicals. Ooh, new Simon Fordman. Let me see if I can find just a little bit more. It's tough to find any footage because, you know. Let me see. This is, I think this is progress encapsulation. Yeah. It was footage like this. That's vacuum testing right there. Yeah, this is from some time ago. Nope. Expedition 53. Here, let's see. So yeah, there's the erector. The erector goes vertical, and then they attach the hold down points, and then they pull the erector away. Now the servicing gantry is down low. We don't really, there's really not good pictures of it. Hey, guy. Hey, look who's at the end of it. The Gerstinator. Cool. Good view of the service gantry retracting. That guy works for SpaceX nowadays. Ah, there we
Discovery,
go.
go at throttle up.
So, who posted this? Where did we get this from? From Robert Savitsky. All right. So this right here. There's the matchstick arms right there. You see it extending out underneath the engines? That's loud. Sorry about that. The gantry moves away underneath the rocket. This is the piece that fell. Now you'll see on the other side of that wall where these dudes are. Yeah, it's a long way down. They do have trampolines in Russia. Oh, geez. So this is needed because none of these, all these umbilicals, see, Soyuz is old school. All of this stuff is hooked up by hand, dudes. It's not like, you know, new space where you have umbilicals, like, it just finds the umbilical and hooks up to it. All this is done by hand. It's all done by technicians. You can see them all down there. So this platform retracts underneath the pad. All right. This is another shot of the platform right there. And it goes underneath and it's on rails like train tracks, but it's pretty wide gauge. Now, this thing retracts all the way down or underneath the pad. And you can actually see that it went the other way. This thing retracts this way. It goes underneath right here. And you could see that during the launch, it seems to have rolled in the opposite direction. It rolled out. Now, that's a big deal. You need that for Soyuz. Like, it can't launch without that service gantry. This would be like trying to launch SLS without the launch umbilical tower. That's not happening. Actually, it would be like trying to launch SLS without the VAB. That's a more apt analogy. Yeah. Trying to put together SLS without the VAB would be a little complicated. You don't need to worry about concrete ablation. Yeah. Yeah. You know what, dudes? I want to see this flight. I want to see the MS-28 launch. Do we see this thing pop out? Let's see. This is the Sci News cut of it right here. So that service gantry is right here. It's behind my head. It retracts into that room that's underneath the main pad deck right here. These are stairways to get down to it right there and right there. You can see your matchstick arms right there. There's the igniter umbilical. There's 4 of them. That looked great. The ignition and launch looked fine. That looked good to me. Let me go see again.
Двигатели первой и второй ступеней работают нормально.
Guidance on the vehicle is
Preliminary,
good. Oh, geez.
intermediary.
Second umbilical tower.
T minus 4 seconds. 3,
Second umbilical
2,
separate.
1,
Engine
Turbopump
turbopump
at flight
flight
speed.
speed.
Engines at
Engines at
maximum.
and liftoff. Holiday travel underway for the rocket ride to the International Space Station.
Вышли на режим главной ступени тяги. 10.
Maximum
Параметры системы управления ракеты-носителем.
Nice.
control system parameters.
See the vernier engines doing their thing right there. They're the thing. That's what's steering it right there. See these? The RD-107 verniers and the RD-108 to an extent.
Flight. All onboard systems are nominal.
All onboard systems.
Now these visuals are fantastic, dudes, but okay. Look right here at this shot. See this slab right there and that slab right there? Oh, those are in really bad condition. Look at all the concrete erosion that's going on here. Ooh, this pad's rough, dude. So, look, see this little nubbin right there? That's the stop for it. That's the buffer. And yeah, it's just that right there. This thing is not supposed to hit this thing at speed. It's just supposed to hold it in position.
Предварительная. Промежуточная. Главное. Подъем. Прошел контакт подъема. Двигатели центрального и боковых блоков ракеты.
Well, it's very clear that it didn't fall out. It didn't fall out there. We would have seen it. Because it's definitely sitting down in the trench right here. Like right there.
Предварительная.
Yeah. I'm trying to see what do you look. You're looking over here, right?
Промежуточная. Главное. Подъем.
Hey, Joho. To the left, center screen.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
72 months, Joe. Thanks, man.
Промежуточная.
Hang on.
Давление в камерах двигателей в норме.
50.
Do you think that concrete broke a little more? Dude, it's not going to take much. If this concrete even eroded a little bit and just sagged just a little bit, if that thing doesn't have its brakes on or anything, it could generate enough moment to just plow right through it. Here, we'll watch it slow. Let's go playback speed 0.25. Shut the sound off. So what they do is they basically open the valves on the engines, right? And then the matches ignite. And once again, everything catching on fire causes a vacuum and it causes the pumps to turn on. Like I said, it's putting a match in a gas tank. That's basically what that is. The Soyuz is very, very simple. Wait a minute. I saw something right where the mouse cursor is. See that? Something's going on. Something's right there. See that? Now, this is the engines taking the pumps taking time to build up thrust. Right? Oh, no way, dude. I saw it. Right there. You could just barely see it. Oh yeah, yeah. You saw a handrail break off. Yo, yo, ow! Look at this. Look, did you see it? I saw it. So at ignition, right? Soyuz takes some time to get going, and then when the engines just boom, they turn on. There's a lot of flames coming out. Watch right here. Something shoots out of the trench, and it goes that way. Watch basically right where my mouse cursor is, right there. See it? Uh-oh. Yeah, that's something that's on fire. And it goes that way. Uh-oh. I think it's a safe bet to say that this thing was already rolling at this point. Could it be the match itself? Possible. Yeah, dude, Reaver, I'm kind of amazed that this thing didn't break. Normally putting something like right below a rocket and then firing the engine is gonna make it pop. That's what I mean. I don't think the thing was rolling into... I don't think the thing was like right under it when it fired its engines. We would see the flames go out sideways. I think it's...
Discovery.
The rocket started firing and then that thing started rolling. And it rolled a little bit right at liftoff. And then by the time we see this, it's probably rolling towards the edge and rolled off. Now, maybe someone didn't put the brakes on. Maybe it broke. Guys, it's on train wheels after all. Train wheels have very, very, very low rolling resistance, so it wouldn't take much to overcome the brakes. It'll just slide down the rails. 62, 66-month resub. And Haiku with a 17-monther. So this has been a very long-winded way of saying that the sanctions are working. If sanctions being crippling our international space program, yeah, it's real good, man. There's only one way to get to the ISS at this point. It's Dragon. Take with that information what you will. Or the locking pins per Scott Manley. Tessa, even if there was locking pins or some type of detent on it, if the rails that this thing is on, which looked like crap, even if they eroded just a little bit and started to go down, it would easily overcome the moment of inertia of something that high of mass would easily overcome the detents, pins, brakes, whatever. It would just slide down the rails. Like in The Fugitive, man, where the train steps on its brakes, you know what I mean? We had the same situation for a while with the shuttle out. We did fine. When was this pad built? Site 31? The 70s? Probably 70s if I'm... No, dude, maybe even the 60s. Scott's video. Actually, fellas, does Katya have... First launch in 61. Yikes. It's basically from the dawn of the space program, man. That's crazy. Interesting. I'm looking around, dudes. I saw him, Fluffy. I saw him. Yeah. Are there any camera angles after the incident from the same angle as before? That's what I really need to see. Hilness, I need to see a shot like from that somebody took from like over here, looking back this way. We're probably never going to see it because it's Russia, but yeah, that's the gantry. NSF has renders. Oh, wow, that's broken. Did you see Tim and Scott's video from KSC? Yeah, I did. That was a cool video. I only watched a little bit of it, though. Yeah, this is a picture we have not seen. I'm trying to look if there's any... So, okay. Obviously... Hold on a second. Where's that picture? Sorry, guys. I'm just doing a little bit of digging here. Okay, these pieces have the speed holes in them. All right, where are those pieces in that picture? They're right there. At least I think. Hold on.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah. T2SDE. Thanks for the raid. 71-person raid. Thank you very much. Zelios with a 4-month resub. What's going on? So, it's clear that there's deflectors on either side of this dude. Not deflectors. There's a wall that holds up. Now, what I'm wondering here... Welcome, Raiders! T2, what's going on? Okay, see this piece right here? This piece. The one with the diagonal bracing on it. See this thing right there? So, fellas, take a look. The wheels. The train wheels. They're train wheels. That's what they are. This thing is on rails. See the wheels? The wheels are facing towards us. They're facing that way. Okay? They're facing that way, which means that this piece right here is the bottom. Right? Because obviously this thing wouldn't be riding upside down on the train. It didn't flip upside down, Ivan. This piece, this thing down here, came off first. And then that thing landed on top of it. So I think that this piece right here, this one, see how it has the gantry right there? Like here, let me zoom in more on this picture. Anyway, T2 Raiders, what's going on? How you doing? I'm probably not saying T2's name right. But if there's a correct way to say it, let me know. See right here? Ivan, check this out. See the staircase? The little bit of stairs, and see the flat panels right here? That's the floor. That's the floor that matches this, which means that if we were looking at a side profile of the pad, this piece is like this, and then the gantry is behind it. And this piece came out and fell, and then the gantry fell on top of it. Like here, where's that, this right here? Look, in this footage, you could see the aft end of this thing. You see the rail wheels on top, it flipped. See this piece right here? This thing. This whole walled piece that the guys are climbing on. That thing. Oh, damn, it is upside down. You guys are so right. It's definitely upside down. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Yeah, so Mutter, my theory about the flat piece is still right. So the gantry is like this, the flat piece is like this. This thing's rolling off the end of the pad. It goes off the end of the pad. That piece breaks off and falls, right? And then the rest of it comes off, lands like this, and then flips over on top of it. Look, you guys are right. Look at the bend marks right here. Right? See this triangulated part right here? Look, it looks like something slammed into it because the thing slammed into it. Look at how bent out of shape this piece is. Here's a photo from the trench. Oh, perfect. It's from that same dude. Oh. That's not Site 31, though. That's a different pad. Look at the trench. You could see the impact. Oh, man. How does this happen? How does this... It's a freaking impacts right there. Yeah, see, look. This piece is at the front. See that wall? And it has this huge deflector piece. Oh, that's what the deflector piece is for. When this thing is in the retracted position, right, it's part of the flame deflector. Okay. Yeah, see, when it retracts, it becomes part of the deflector. There's the igniter arms. Oh my word. Yeah, you guys are right. The staircases are all upside down. Oh, that's bad. Hey, Smithers, 11-month resub. How did this happen? It's upside down. Now they have concrete work to do. Yeah. It is upside down. Holy crap, that thing is toast. I mean, it's not anything we didn't know. Goalie, I think you're right. These pictures aren't Site 31. That's not the same launch pad. This is a newer launch pad. This is either Kuru or Vostochny. Woof. Tiny Victory wants to say hi. Hi, Tiny Victory. So, I think it's a safe thing to say that the braking mechanism on this thing could be it. Holy crap, dude. Dude, it folded that deflector like a pancake. Look, it's perfectly conformed to the concrete right there. Oh my goodness. Kuru isn't painted like that. It looks like it overextended and ran the end of its rails. Yeah, like they didn't have any hard stops in it. Well, yeah, that was my first thing, Aqualex, and that's what everybody keeps saying. Like, oh, they didn't put the brakes on. They didn't put the brakes on. All right, so this is Site 31. This is the launch pad. This is footage from the launch the other day. I just want to go a little bit further, dude. Look at the footing. It's not a footing. I guess it would be a concrete gusset, I suppose. The NASA footage has, like, pre-ignition. Dude, look at this thing. Dude, like I said, even if the thing had all the brakes on, all the stops, everything. Even if everything was good to go, if this thing crumbled even a little bit, crumbled and cracked even a little, and these rails went down like maybe a degree, and you put that whole gantry on like a, I don't know, a 0.1 or a 0.2% grade, the whole thing will come crashing down. That's what I mean about the locking pins. The one that kept it in its little cubby hole either failed or weren't set, or the initial vacuum of the engine started it rolling, and then when thrust ramped up, it was pouring into the other side of the plate. It acted like a sail. It's possible, Tessa. Yeah, that's possible. Sure. I think vibrations probably did it too. But once again, if the initial ignition crumbled this or cracked anything in any way, shape, or form, I mean, dude, look at that thing. You could see the rebar. Look at this whole pad. The Site 31 is junk, dude. Look at it, dude. It's crumbling. Quite actually crumbling. Dude, this looks like sticks of butter, not concrete. There is a hard stop. It's right there. You can see it. But it looks like Aqualux that it's about this big. Like maybe a foot tall. Someone forgot to put a bolt in. Yeah. Do we know that for sure? Or was that Scott's theory, Booster? It's so small. It's not designed to have a freight train come at it, Ivan. It's just designed to be a stop. This thing's not supposed to be rolling incredibly fast. It's theory, yeah. Okay. Jeepers creepers. The wheel chock stops from moving, not momentum. Exactly, Norath. That's a good way. That's what I was trying to say. You're right. Fellas, just kind of an interesting point here. I'll use my phone, okay? I'll use my phone as an example. So see, the rails are right there. You can see the rails. They're on either side. This thing obviously starts rolling. So, guys, I'm just trying to point out that if my phone here is the gantry, okay? And the gantry is rolling, right? And it gets to a point where it starts to do this, right? It obviously rolls off like that, right? Don't you think the gantry would hit the bottom of the top deck here? Wouldn't it? Right? Wouldn't it hit that? If it was rolling like this and it, you know, obviously there's that big flap at the front. Wouldn't the back end come up and hit this? Now, if that was the case, wouldn't there be an insane amount of concrete in the trench? Like there should just be concrete chunks everywhere. I don't see any concrete chunks. The stopper would not be there if it was hit, yeah. Could have gotten blown away. Could be under the metal. If it flies out fast enough, no. No, just aging of a pad. What I'm trying to suggest here is that these things are gone. I'm trying to like, Scott's theory, I think, with the rocket causing the vacuum and pulling the thing out is all fine and dandy, dudes, but I mean, dude, did it just suck this thing completely out? And wouldn't it, like, scrape the bottom of the pad? Wouldn't there be concrete everywhere? Where's the concrete, though? That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering, like, because, dude, look, there's clearly crazy amounts of erosion right here. We don't have pictures of after? The thing is 100 plus tons. Even if it was rolling 2 or 3 miles an hour, wherever it Falls off. It's going to fly 10 V forward, not just straight down. Yeah. Unless it got all ejected from the trench. Yeah. I really want to see a picture of... really would like to see a picture of the pad from this angle. Is there anything like that? Yeah, Aqualix, it's very clear that this thing it was starting to roll when the thing left, and then probably about 30 or 40 seconds later is when it fell. Now they will launch astronauts from a trampoline. You know, Pixari, I'll be honest with you. I thought that joke was going to get made a lot more than it has been. You're only the second person to make the trampoline joke. This is Site 31, Pandalope. Was this a danger to the crew? No doubt. Sure. Having a piece of launch pad get liberated from the launch pad is not good for the launch. I mean, I would say that they got lucky. There's no concrete chunks. Oh. Dude, these pictures from Robert Savitsky are amazing. Nope. Things straight up just rolled right out. There is some chunkage of concrete down there. It's not a lot, though. Wow. That the whole frickin' thing's upside down. You gotta be kidding me. Do you think the renovation will really take about 2 years? What's all this? This is from the pad deck. It has rails on the top of probably cantilevered before falling out. Yeah. Oh, dude, look. It buckled. Hey, fellas, another thing that I'm noticing. Look. You know, remember in my phone analogy, right? You know, when if it fell out, wouldn't the top of it hit the launch table? No, it buckled. Look. So the thing partially fell out, bent, partially fell out again, bent, and then flipped over. See the buckling right there? And right there? Yeah, it bent down. Yeah, so you wouldn't have any concrete chunks. The thing failed. Because it's, you know, turns out this, like, 30 or 40 ton gantry is not really designed to fly. It's 6, Renee. There's another set right there. See? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ones over there. It was designed to fly once. Yeah. Could the rocket thrust have forced it bent? I don't think so. Oh, fellas, you know, I just noticed something. I noticed another thing. You can tell in this picture. Look. Burn marks. See them? Burn marks. Look at all the scorching that's going on over here. Compare that to over here. That's what color it should be. Oh, yeah. Scott's theory is looking a lot more plausible the more we look at this. This thing definitely got hit by the rocket. Oh, yeah. It definitely started, like, that pretty much seals it, dude. This thing definitely popped out during ignition. So Scott's theory is that this front flap thing, so Ivan, like, if you're looking at the gantry from the side, this is the service gantry. right? There's a flap at the front that when it retracts, it basically becomes the flame deflector. You shouldn't see burn marks on the backside of the deflector, but here we are. These other pictures here kind of show what I'm talking about. See this piece right here? The whole thing is on rails and it retracts. And when it retracts, it becomes part of the deflector. See that? You should see burn marks on the outside of this. We don't see burn marks on the outside of this. But you see burn marks on the backside of it, meaning it was something like that. It was in that position right there, basically, when the rocket went off. Meaning it didn't fully retract. It's possible that it didn't fully retract, but it's possible it just started rolling because somebody didn't attach the brakes to it. Isn't that the newer pad? Yeah, that's the newer pad that I just showed. So that's not Site 31. This could be Gagarin's start. That could be pad 1.5. This is Vostochny. This is not that's not Baikonur. I'm pretty damn sure. This is not Vostochny. That's a different pad. Vostochny has blue arms too. What is this? Dude, yeah. No, that thing went out like a slinky. Do you think the deflector liberated itself from the gantry at some point? No, I think the whole thing came out in one piece. It started buckling, came off, and then the cart buckled again, and basically, Fluffy, think like if you had a slinky, like sideways like this, and you went like that, and it kind of went zzz, basically that. What is this? What is Feituk's network? I don't know what this is. Per the Wall Street Journal, Russia proposed joint Mars mission with U.S. SpaceX in meeting with Witkoff. T-72 turrets are now the only way Russia can reach orbit. Oh, a little spicy. Yeah, that thing's toast. $124.7 tons. Oh. So, okay. This table was known to pull out during starts. Most plausible theory, the stops failed or weren't fully locked. Cold coffee, guys, I'm going to go ahead and say the stops failed. You don't miss that mistake. Like, okay, all right, this is going to sound really dumb coming from me, but I say a lot of dumb things, so don't worry about it. Soyuz is such a tried and tested rocket, dude, that you don't just forget to put the damn stops in. You don't just forget, right? That doesn't just, it's like, oh, we forgot this time. No, that's not really how this works. The way that Russian stuff, the way that the like early, so like Soviet space program, early space program stuff is made is very, 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 very idiot proof. Probably just due to the nature of, Russian engineering at the time. You know, they're gonna have people working in their space program that were tending plow with oxen like a couple of years prior, right? You see the same thing with like MiGs, tanks. They make them the user interface or user experience, if you will, is very, very simple. It's like that on purpose. We see that with a lot of you see that with a lot with Soyuz itself, right? Hot staging, you know, ground side ignition systems, right? With that being said, there's probably a detent put into the system like that. You can't fully retract the thing unless the stop is closed. Like it won't let you put the thing. It won't let you fully retract the thing unless the stops are in place. I'll bet you it's something like that. The reason why is because that, like I said, that's just generally how like 1960s Soviet tech basically is. It's very, very idiot proof. Because there was a lot of idiots. Sorry. See my last in the 6 post under it. Dude, I haven't been here for a week. I'm not doing that. I'll read the paragraph. The square section is only held up by the corners. It wouldn't necessarily pivot on the middle and hit the underside of the pad above. More likely it bent the edges up on the rail beams to only have them flattened back into place as it conformed to the concrete. Yeah, possible. I'll say again, I'm forever sad that the 90s proposal to bring Soyuz to the Cape never came true. Would have been awesome to see it flying here for ISS missions. Yep. So easy. Amerikansky can do it. Yes. Oh, okay. On the same day, they did a replay of the Proton M failure. Huh? Oh, yeah, their ICBM didn't work. Oh no. I'm so upset about this. The Proton M accelerometer was supposed to be idiot-proof. Yeah, Drunar, but that was Russia. That wasn't the Soviet Union. Your main mistake here is assuming that you assume in the past there were not idiots. There still are. Yeah, possibly, for sure, Max, but okay. All right, fellas, sorry, I got a little I was reading chat. Look, fellas, look at this pad. You can see the rebar. You can see the rebar reinforcements from ablation. They did not maintain this damn thing. Look at this. It's rusty rebar. It's rusty. It's been like that for a long time. Look at this. Look at this shot. This thing is crumbling away. Now you could say like, ha ha ha, Russians are idiots. Ha ha, Russians are idiots. I don't think they're idiots because somebody didn't figure out the detent system for the service gantry. I think they're idiots for not maintaining their damn pad. That's what I'm trying to say. Look, giving it a freaking fresh coat of paint and making it look nice is not going to make it work. Look at that thing. That thing looks like ancient Egyptian ruins, man. Tartarian ruins. That's what I'm getting at, bros. Like, I'm not trying to say like, oh, the Russians are smart. No. You should probably maintain your pad, dude. Even look at the deflector. It's cracked. This whole thing is cracked. This whole thing looks like snot. We call it rapid unscheduled disassembly. I mean, yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah. All right. Shaving creams. They were planning to replace Baikonur with Vostochny as their launch site years ago. But that never happened because corruption stuff prevented Vostochny from being completed. And now the war's draining their budgets to the point that they can't fund the work on either side. Yeah, like I said, guys, this is much more likely a mechanical failure than it is somebody failing to figure out something. Like, this is much, much more likely that something broke. That's what I'm saying, dudes. I think something broke. I don't think somebody forgot to put the brakes on, or it's like Proton where some idiot hammered the guidance system in upside down and the rocket thought it was upside down, so when they launched it, it tried to correct and nosedived into the ground. Yes, that did happen. I think this is just, the pad's just old. And guys, that's the only operable Soyuz pad. That's the only operable crew-rated Soyuz pad, I should say. There are other operable Soyuz pads. Yeah, that's not good, dude. Like, don't get me wrong, haha, it's funny because it happened to the Russians. I'm American, I'm supposed to not like them, etc., etc. Like, war is terrible, invasion is bad. I just want to precurse that with all this. No, I don't want to talk about it, and I don't give a frick what your opinion is about it either, okay? This cripples NASA pretty badly. I mean, somebody said at the beginning here that when we first started talking about this, that, you know, we survived with just using Soyuz to get to the ISS. It was fine. Yeah, sure. And now the only way we have to get there is Dragon, right? But also at the same time, having only one way to get to the ISS, I don't think is wise. It was not wise when we retired the space shuttle in 2011, and it's not wise now. Now, with that being said, they do have other pads here. The other pad here is, this is Site 1-5. This is Gagarin Start. This pad was supposed to be under refurbishment. They were supposed to be upgrading this pad to handle the Soyuz 2-1. Because it could only launch the older version of Soyuz, which is called the Soyuz FG. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and guess, you know, the plants growing in the flame trench, that's probably not happening. Yeah. So, Site 31, believe it or not, is actually way over here. That's Site 31. That's the pad that hadn't. Maybe they could just cannibalize some of the other ones. Have you read the official statement? No. No, I have not. All right, let's see. What did they say? Get that off the screen. Question, will this upset with this? Will this upset with the Russian pad accelerate decommissioning of the ISS? It's possible. It's possible, bloody. Yeah. I mean, dude, this is going to take some time to fix. This is not good, man. This is not good for the ISS. It's pretty bad. For example, if the Soyuz on the ISS gets damaged or something, what's the game plan? Just strap 3 Soyuz crew under Dragon until a replacement, or another crew Dragon? I don't know, Baron. I would be looking into those contingency plans if I was Dana Weigel at this point. All right, Roscosmos. The space rocket launched without incident. The ship successfully docked with the International Space Station, crews on board and in good health. Launchpad was inspected, as is done every time a rocket is launched. Damage to several launchpad components was identified. Damage can occur after launch, so such inspections are mandatory worldwide. The launchpad condition is currently being assessed. All necessary spare components are available for repair, and the damage will be repaired shortly. So, uh, I you made some progress with welding, so yeah, I'm not fixing that, dude. I'm not fixing that. I can't make that. You think they might decide not to fix this? And no, they're. I think they'll fix it. The question is how long. So, guys, getting that gantry in there is getting that gantry in there is going to be a little bit difficult. I don't know how you're like. So that gantry was built inside. It was built inside of the pad while the pad was under construction. Like it was fabricated. Actually, no, it wouldn't have been fabricated. It would have been sub-assemblies. Hold on, where's that picture from the dude? Hold on, there's a picture of it. Yeah, exactly. Oh, exactly, Alex. Getting it in there is much harder than getting it out. So, somebody in chat was telling me that that's the spare. They have another one. Russian analyst said repairs to the launch pad could take a week or longer. Roxic, don't tell me that's what they said. Oh, jeez. And there's probably damage to the gantry too. Yeah. Look up Jack and Slide. No, goalie. I see how they're gonna do it. You'd have to take the old one out, put the new one in there, get it up to the right height, and then put it in like a videotape. I get it. I get it. I mean, dude, there's no way that's getting done in a month. You got to clean everything up and fix everything in there. There's no way it's getting done in a month. This is probably going to be, dude. Like, even if they put it like, let's say Roscosmos stops doing everything else and just works on this, right? Like, and while you're down here, you might as well refurbish all the damn concrete and fix it and make it look nice, right? Well, you don't need to do the make it look nice part, but oh jeez. I don't want to know, Aqulex. I don't want to know, dude. Guys, that's 6 months. That's 6 months downtime. Like, maybe it's less. Maybe. If we put it in a week, cleanup will be what takes time. Yeah. Like, even if they're burning the candles at both ends here, dude, that's still going to take some time. That's provided that they have the resources to do it. Does Russia have the heavy lift cranes to get it lifted up? Yeah. Yeah, they do. What happened at the pad? Site 31. Oh, meets next. Site 31 launched. This is Site 31. That's the name of the pad. It launched MS-28 the other day. MS-28 went off without a hitch. Everything was good there. The pad, not so much. The servicing gantry for getting at Soyuz's aft engine section decided it wanted to be a roller coaster. And it's on tracks underneath the main pad deck. The rocket launched and it, for whatever reason, stops, failed, brakes, weren't applied or whatever. It's on rails and it rolled out and ejected itself into the flame trench during launch. Over under on them just leaving the old gantry in the trench and letting the problem solve itself. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that, Aqualex. NASA wouldn't let them do that. Oh, nice, Mutter. Where did you find this? Oh, heck yeah. There you go. So see down here, fellas? There's your servicing gantry. This thing, this piece right here can extend itself up and down, right? It goes up and down, and it can retract. It can go this way. It will retract into this compartment right here. Funnily enough, the center that built this is in the Ukraine. Oops. And the gantry, which is supposed to go this way, during launch rolled this way, and it is now down here, upside down. Off topic, but opinion about the potentially massive lithium deposit on the Oregon-Nevada border. Send it? Send it? It's a giant Pez dispenser. Yeah, kind of. Ska, opinion on your last. What's up? I don't see it. Type it again. We need some DOS art like Monday Night Football commentary. Yeah, right? The same guy that posted those pictures is saying they can use the structure from Pad 1. Yeah. I never got a chance to ask you. I have not watched the documentary. I detoxed over Thanksgiving break, dude, from just tech for a little while. I haven't gotten a chance to watch it yet, Vulcan. But, yeah. I will. We will. The cause of the damage is being investigated. Preliminary assessment suggests it may be related to incompatible cabin retraction or failure of the protective plate designed to withstand the gas dynamic loads. In response to a question about possible adjustments to the flight schedule, Roscosmos' press services stated that all components are currently being assembled and the launch pad repair schedule is being assessed. The manned program is not at risk. I saw it, Outdoorsman, yeah. I have not seen the ULA rocket tour, no. I think that's what happened, Mutter. I think the pressure drop probably would pull the thing right out. I think Scott's theory seems to be the one that makes the most sense. I can't really, it's hard to say anything else until I see the rails up there. If the rails up there that this thing rides on are intact, yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Red Wagon, 5-month resub. Thank you. So, okay, pressure drop. People are failing to understand this. All right, Drunar, we'll do it. Here, let me save this image. So use pad. Okay, let's go here. Go to miscellaneous. Go to miscellaneous. So use pad. All right, cool. Open with paint. All right, so this piece right here, this thing, the gantry is on wheels right there and right there. Those wheels move back and forth. So no, we it needs to be a little bit bigger. So this piece moves back this way. And if you look, see this, see the plate? The plate locks into position right here. Does that make sense? There's a plate. It's right at the end of this. This is what this trapezoid shape thing is. All right, it moves back and forth. Okay, this thing can move all the way back to, yeah, about here. It retracts into that room right there on the rails. Now the rail is right here, and this front piece becomes a blast shield. When the rocket goes off, right, it's going to shoot the flames down this way, and it's going to create a vacuum inside of the trench. This happens with every rocket, guys. When it fires, it creates a vacuum in the trench because gases are being shot out of the rocket engine so quickly, it pulls everything with it. Think about like if you have a snowball at the top of a hill, you roll the snowball down the hill, it gets bigger and bigger, it takes more snow with it. Same thing kind of happens with air. It's a very similar idea. So when this thing is in the retracted position like that, right? When it's like that, if the stops on this thing aren't working or if they're broken or whatever, and this thing starts to move forward, because remember, this is pressurized. Obviously, it's pressurized at 1 bar. And if there's a vacuum here, you're going to have a differential pressure of about 1 bar. So that could be enough to pull the gantry forward. And if it pulls it forward enough that the flames get behind it, behind the deflector, which we know they did because they're burned, right? Now you're getting pressurization back here. And if you get pressurization back here, zzz, this thing will shoot out like a slingshot. Because it's not going to take much rocket engine firing in here to pressurize this volume. And if you have pressure here, right? If you have pressure behind the plate and vacuum out in front of it, actually, this thing landed more like this. It's upside down. It basically came out and flipped over and crashed. Similar to happen what on pad 1 before the upside down shower head. Yeah, but little bit different. Little bit of a different dynamic. Yeah, the plate becomes a sail. That's right. Could it have compromised the launch? It could have, but it didn't. So lucky. Someone forgot to set the parking brake. I don't think so, dudes. I think something failed. I think a component failed. It's no that pad is not in the best condition, dude. Seriously, all the pictures that I'm looking at of Site 31. Look, I mean, look at it. It's junk. Look at all this. That's a picture of the gantry. That's before and after. That's a picture of the gantry in the hangar. Like, this is not the pad. That's Vostochny. That's another Soyuz launch pad that's in Russia. Or it could be Plesetsk as well, but I highly doubt we'd get a picture of Plesetsk. Yeah, it's... I mean, I'd say more likely a mechanical failure or something. What if earthquake made pitch the land at an angle? Okay. How many launches has Site 31 endured? Oh, Kenny, it's been seeing launches pretty much since 1960. Yeah, see how the concrete is all ablated away? Just go back to this shot of ignition, guys. Here, over here. Look at this. Look at the pad. It's crumbling. I don't think that this is somebody forgetting to put the brakes on, dudes. I really think that the pad's just old. Site 31 has 444 launches. Thanks, Darker Player. Okay, Scott, what's up? With all the talk about bad maintenance, which is clearly visible, all other nations riding with Soyuz seem to be fine with something like that to be still crew rated. How can that be? I think that's a very pertinent question to ask at this point, dude. These are the locking pins if you haven't seen them. Let's see the pins. Hey, Pally Joe. It's a manual pin. That's quite literally a pin on a chain, isn't it? Fellas, I think my theory's out the window. I don't think anything broke. That metal gusset is beefy. Somebody forgot to put the pins in. Yeah. Or it broke because of stress cracks. Yeah. With that kind of steel, okay, you got to understand, like, this is 1960s Soviet steel. That stuff is probably grossly over-engineered. Probably not the highest quality steel that you can get, knowing the Soviet Union in the 60s. It's probably pretty good, but it's 1960s Russian. That's probably, like I said, probably way over-engineered. There's no way that gusset's ever breaking, dude. And those welds look pretty good. I mean, they're painted over, and I don't even know if that's the same pad. I don't think that's Site 31. It could be. It's hard to say. I don't think that would crack. I really don't. I mean, maybe. Maintenance is obviously not a priority. Now, I will give you that. That's not, you can see the new circles below the rails. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely, Mutter. That's, that could be Plesetsk. It could be, judging by the paint, I don't think it's Vostochny. That could be, that's Plesetsk. Like when you forgot to pull the parking brake on a hill. That's exactly what happened, Entropy. That it could even be Kuru, but it's not painted the right colors for it. Someone's going to face the wall. Why is there an incline on the rail instead of a hard stop? Because when the thing's rolling, if it tries to roll uphill, gravity is going to force it into position. Yeah, it's a keyed pin, dudes. That's and there would be a pin on the opposite side too, right? Yeah, of course. With all the images you see, you have to respect the engineering that went into these pads. Yeah, Soyuz is a great design, Renee. Sergei Korolev's was a frigging genius. Like, their space program wouldn't be anywhere if it wasn't for that one dude.
This is space. I'm in space.
Like, but that's not to say like that the U.S. wouldn't have done better without Von Braun. We definitely wouldn't have gotten as far as we did without him, but we eventually would have. It just would have been very prolonged. I mean, we probably would have ended up using Gemini to get to the moon without Von Braun, which would have worked, but it would have been a little crude. Hey, Pythos. Oh, wow. What's up? One can fail, not two at the same time. I'm sure they thought of that redundancy. And that is my driving theory here, dudes. Lunar Gemini is an aesthetic, though. Yep, I agree. Guys, look. Hold on, bro. Look at the shockwave. Oh yeah, the sun burped. It burped pretty hard the other day. That's not the right concrete though, goalie. Can you zoom in on the text on the side? Yeah, sure, man. What does that say? Pozor? It's been a while, dude. Shame? Am I saying that word right, dudes? I forget what letter that is. It's not P, is it? I don't think so. It might be. I used to be able to do this. I could read this a lot better. It is P, so that says pozor. And I see SPEC. So spec something. We're also assuming the older pad at 31 had the same locking mechanism. Yeah. How was Thanksgiving? It was great, Alucard. Yeah, it was fine. Kelly, 82 month resub. Thank you. Anyone would have seen that. Yeah. Yeah, Desert. That solar flare. The sun burped the other day, and yeah, that burp is like 20,000 times the size of Earth. That's a made up number. It's gigantic. Hope you gained some pounds. I did. I did. Yeah, fellas, this is what I was trying to say before we tried to look at what that says. Well, whatever it is, it's not it's not what is expected to be written there. Yeah, it says shame. Okay. Interesting. Wait a minute. Fellas, we'll be able to see where the pins go in on this side, will we not? What's the highest res version of this thing that we have? I think that's the closest. It's going to be hard to see. Maybe that. You know what? Can we get a 3/4? Oh, there's a strut. Right. I think that Soyuz ignition video is lost in cyberspace. I can't find it. Yeah. Let's see. Katya might have more pictures. Hold on. Yeah. So Mutter. This doesn't have the holes in it. That might be Site 31, and it's still showing the clevis for the pin. We've seen that before, Baron, yeah. Maybe they forgot to reinforce the frame rails. Yeah, maybe. So I think it's safe to say that the shot from Anatoly of the pin right here. See, there's no holes. There's no holes in the picture that Katya posted. Yeah, these are all reinforced. So the Russian forums speculate that Pozor's Spestroy. Shame to Spestroy for failing to fix the protective shield in Vostochny launching in 2016. That makes sense. There was some at some point, Outdoorsman, yeah, but yeah, it's hard to say. Guys, all right, so here's what I'm thinking. Dude, there's multiple pins for this thing. This shot kind of shows it. You can see the clevis right there and the clevis right there for the pins. There's pins on either side. You'd have to forget to do both of them. Seriously, you'd have to forget both of these things to for it to pull that thing out. I think that thing could stay in position on one pin. That place looks like it would make a decent battlefield map. There's probably two more on the other side. Yeah, it's hard to say. What if they forgot one and then the one that was left couldn't hold it and it broke? I mean, Ivan, that's certainly a possibility, but I'm not 100% sure that there's enough force here to do that. You gotta remember, the thing weighs 120 tons. 120,000 kilos. That's a heavy service structure. Yeah, and I get it. Differential vacuum, and you guys aren't wrong, but... So even if one pin was missing, the thing would bind up on the rails. It would bind up. And also, fellas, I don't think that that's breaking. I really don't. You guys you gotta understand this is a keyed pin, so you put the pin in and you turn it. Also, it's keyed. See how there's a slot right there. This pin, there's a reason why the end of the pin is curved, right? Because you have to you put the pin in one way and then you lock it like turning a key almost. That's why that's called a key point. I really don't think that would break, guys. And even if it did break, it would probably jam before that thing pulled that thing out like that. Enough force after 444 launches. Steel fatigue is a thing. What? Dude. That thing is this thick. That's got to be at least 3 or 4 inches thick of a locking pin. There's no way in hell that thing snapped. Yeah, Pixori, it says, yeah, pozor. Spestoi. Serious question. Given the ISS lifespan, HSOU's conflicts, and obvious degradation of site, do they fix it? They said they're going to fix it, dude. They could always kit bash the other pad. Site 1.5 is just down the road. After 400 plus launches, I'm tipping there was not much maintenance. Fatigue, fractures on the welds. Paul, like, I'm not writing it off either. That pad was clearly not maintained. The question is, how many times has that launched with fewer than all the pins in? Normalization of deviance. Now, Aqualex, I find that very easy to believe. That was my original thought. My original thought is like, dude, the detent is probably idiot-proof because it's Russian, right? Their detents are idiot-proof. Like, they have the pin on the chain, right? The pin is on chain, so it does not leave clevis, right? That, I think, would be a much more plausible solution. Maybe they figured out, or maybe they saved some time by not putting all 4 locking pins in. And instead of having 4 pins, you just have 2, right? And if you only have 2 pins, right, and the load that gets exerted on this thing from that vacuum is 4 pins are double the load, right? 2 pins mean your load factor could be 1 to 1, which means, yeah, it could probably crack. It's possible. Now that I would see, yeah, that I would find that very easy to believe. They also retract the platform at like T-minus 44 minutes. Dude, it's possible that, I think it's safe to say that there's probably another set of pins at the front, but there was an upgrade around 2006, 2007, but I'm not sure what was upgraded and renovated. Yeah, well, La Forte, that was still 20 years, that's 20 years ago, dude. We'll be covering the launch from Vandenberg tonight. I probably won't. I want to go watch Hand Egg. I'm not even kidding. Actually, I might be back in time for that, dude. Maybe. Let me reword it. Is it viable just because they said they would fix it doesn't mean it's gospel? You can fix this. Sure, you can fix this. Yeah. I would have, first of all, I want to determine root cause. If I was Roscosmos, I'd be going and looking at these pins, like right now. Yeah, it is, but it's much less than 1961. Okay, that's fair. Roxic, I don't see what you linked. Is there a door cover to protect the mount when it slides in that picture? Yes, Combat Sent. Yes, there is. The service cabin, a movable folding structure beneath the launch pad where work on the rocket's tail section is carried out, including connecting all the utility lines and installing pyrotechnic igniters to start the engines. Cabin's work platformed are raised and lowered along using columns and pistons. Before launch, the cabin folds up and it slides. Yep. Into a special niche on rails, and its exterior is covered by a metal protective curtain, which is exposed to exhaust gas temperatures at 2000 C. Yeah, I did the paint diagram. So this is the gantry, and this part of the, here, let me illustrate this. So the gantry can actually raise up to about here. It's designed for attaching the igniters. So this part retracts down, right? And then the whole gantry, there's the deflector plate right there on the far right. And this whole piece goes back this way and stays right there. Those pins that we know about are right here. Now, I don't know if there's another pin up there. But we definitely know that there's 2 pins here on either side, and I'm going to guess that there's probably 2 there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, Talon, but that, if what you're saying is right, that means there's another pin right there. Why would there be a pin right there? You just copied a paragraph from a Russian website. No, this is not, these are not cast pieces, guys. This is not rolled steel. This is plate steel that's been cut. These are not cast. None of this is cast. It's well, yeah, no, it's not cast. It's rolled steel. It's rolled steel that's been gusseted and cut up. Thick rolled steel. You'd need a hell of a cutter or a hell of a, I mean, knowing the age of the pad, they probably did this with an acetylene torch. And that's some, yeah, that's some big old stick welding right there. And it's reinforced over a couple of times.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, see that right there, bloody stub? That's, yeah, that's what I'm trying to think. Like, I don't know, it's possible. Hang on, Bree's calling me. What's up?
Hey.
You're on stream.
I need your help getting Titan out of the car.
Okay. Be down in a sec.
Alright.
Yeah. I got to get your thoughts on viability repair. ISS is gone in 5-ish years. Okay. Before I go, I'll answer. Hey, Sea Kraken, 38-month resub. Hand bananas. If you divide subspace of pi and e, that makes sense. Titan went to the vet today, guys. He got more shots for heartworm, so he's probably out of it and hurting. He probably can't get out of the car. You see that there's a second clevis. Is this repairable? Yes. Yes, it's fixable. Astro Knucklehead, like, let me put it this way. If this was SpaceX, they could probably have it fixed in a month. Look, there's Site 1.5. Site 1.5 is down the road, and apparently you have a there's a spare. They have a spare service gantry. Apparently. Hey Hawk, 77-month resub. So you could excuse me, you could kit bash the spare, or you could part out the other pad. Site 1.5 is not operable. It's broken. It can only launch Soyuz FG rockets. It can't launch Soyuz 2-1. They are in the process of upgrading it, or not. They said they were upgrading it. It's been in a state of upgrade for years. Hey, Hawk, 77-month resub. Thank you. So, if it was like, let me put it this way: if this was SpaceX, if this was SpaceX pad, probably a month. This is not hard to replace this service gantry. It's not a big deal. Like SpaceX has the cranes to do it, etc., etc. Definitely have the personnel. Now the question is, does Roscosmos have that? I don't know. I don't have the answer to that question. We did it. He's good. All right. Well, I'll come down there and check on you guys here in a second anyway. Roscosmos is short on manpower, money, and time. That's what I'm wondering. Is it technically feasible? Yes, absolutely. Does Roscosmos have the money to do it and the personnel to do it? I don't know. I don't know. They can fix it. Your question is why? Yeah, I don't know. I think they'll have everything they need because this is a question of pride at this point. Yeah, Ando, that's a good point. Why? Their commitment to the ISS? Guys, look. It's not that you stumped me, Knucklehead, is that there's no way I can really say this without stirring the hive. Look, Russia's not very favorable in the world right now. That's no secret. With that being said, guys, despite the invasion of Ukraine, etc., etc., NASA and Roscosmos have basically been, the situation hasn't changed there, and it won't change there until current event notwithstanding, it was not going to change until the end of the program. So NASA is a stakeholder in this as well. Astrocanonical. NASA is a stakeholder here. It's not just down to Russia's national pride, like Ando was saying, if they have any of that. It's not just down to them. It is very much NASA needs this pad working too. Because, you know, we almost had two ways to get to the space station, but one of them decided to not do thermal analysis on thrusters correctly. So Yeah, I think they will fix it. Yeah. Hey, Pop. I think they'll repair it. Now, how long that takes, I don't know. Knucklehead, I think they will fix it. The relationship between Roscosmosa and NASA has not changed regardless of the war. Like I said, it's no secret that this war is very unfavorable with most people. I think that's a very fair thing to say without kicking anyone, kicking the hive. But yeah, how long that's going to take, I don't know. You're going to need a lot of resources to fix that. You need a lot of cranes. You need a lot of guys with acetylene torches going at this thing, like how SpaceX went at OLM-1. You're going to need a lot. You got to get the. You can't put the new one in without getting the old one off the ground. They're trying to keep spaceflight out of it. Yep. All right. I'll be back in a second, dudes. I'll just throw Starbase Live up here for a moment. I just got to check on Bree and the dog. We'll continue with more space news. These are great conversations, dudes, for what it's worth. Yeah. I'm going to go check on the dog, make sure everything's good down there. I will be back momentarily. Okay. All right. Titan is okay. I am pleased to report. Titan is just fine. Okay. All right. So, yeah. Sorry, just checking on Bree and Titan. Everything is good down there. He is the okayest. He is definitely out of it, though. That dog does not know what planet he's on right now. He's just kind of sitting there going, yeah, I'm saying, okay. He was at the vet. Yeah, he's getting shots for heartworms, and he's gonna do it again tomorrow. I found out how it attaches to the pins. Right below the top will have wheels, a chain binder. Which would attach to the second hold down on the rail. You see, Mutter. This thing right there, right? Also, I want this off, this is Anatoly Zach's website. They're red. Yeah, Mutter, there's no way that the binders, the two binders and the pins broke. There's no way. Someone forgot to put them. It's about the spare parts on hand to fix it. They have another launch pad they can cannibalize for parts, William. Yeah. Yeah. The
Discovery,
Yasmash
go at throttle up.
factory, huh? Here. In the 21st century, two new mobile platforms were built at Yasmash factory in Suzerain. One for the Soyuz launch pad in French Guiana, and another one for Vostochny. The hydraulic systems were controlled by electromagnetic distributors activated by dedicated switches. First built in 1956, the movable service platform is common for all Soyuz pets in Baikonur, Plesetsk, Kourou, and Vostochny. The original structure, designated O8U216, was developed by it was designed in Moscow and built in the Kramatorsk machine building. Novokramatorsk machine building plant in the Ukraine. Okay. Factory provided the platform for a total of 6 R7 pads.
Discovery,
And at least
go
one
at
backup
throttle up.
structure is known to be ordered in 1971 and delivered to what became the Baikonur Cosmodrome in 2013.
Discovery, go
Wasnor,
at throttle
65
up.
month resub, and Kaiser with 110 month resub, and Josh had 102 month resub before that. The Soyuz have the capability of reaching ISS inclination from any other launch pad. It could do it from Vostochny. Yeah, it could do it. On the original platform, all axes formed a circular turntable which could rotate along with other service systems to orient the rocket for a correct ascent azimuth depending on the flight direction of the ballistic flight or the orbital inclination of the upcoming mission. The rotation of the main ring was powered by 4 electric motors. This feature became unnecessary with the introduction of the Soyuz 2 variant, whose flight control systems could perform the necessary roll maneuver to attain the correct azimuth. The upgraded versions of the mobile service platform received designations of OU-0216 and 216M. In the 21st century, 2 new mobile platforms were built at Yezmash in Suzerain, one for the launch pad in French Guiana and the other one for Vostochny. Their hydraulic systems were controlled by electromagnet. Okay, look, they can build another one. They have that factory. Yezmash has built one relatively recently for Vostochny. Vostochny came online 2019 or something like that. That's the Vostochny Cosmodrome. It's another Soyuz pad that's in the Russian Far East. It's over here. Svobodny? No. Ah, there it is. Nope, that's not it. That's a mine. Difference. There we go. No. No, that's not right either. Okay, hold on. It's got to be right around here. It's not very... I mean, you'll see it. It's a freaking launch complex. That was before the war, though. Might be a touch more difficult now. Suzerain is... Look. Suzerain is in Russia, dude. It's not in the Ukraine. It's the factory I was just looking at. Ironic that you could see Russia's launch pad on Google and not France's. Oh, I was super close. Dang it. Yeah. All right, so when did this thing first come online? I remember we covered this almost every day. Roscosmos at the time was giving daily updates. That's Angara's pad. That's not Soyuz. This is Soyuz over here. Yeah, so as recently as what would you guys say, like 2016? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they could build another one, but they'll most likely kit bash off 1.5 if I had to guess. Did they ever finish that airport that they were making over here? Yeah, kind of. They're still playing workers, dude. Wait, what the heck is this then? Just out of curiosity. What's this factorial looking thing going on down here? So how screwed is the ISS? It's hard to say right now, dude. Commodities? I don't know, man. Hard to say. Geothermal? Yeah. Did we see the gantry jettison itself into the fire pit during launch? Didn't happen during launch. It probably, most likely it happened right after it, Sig. Like, this was not, this was a, yeah, this isn't something that, like, this isn't something that just like happened during the launch or before or after. It was definitely, it was just, no, it was right after. Sorry. Yes. Uligorsk is 1 kilometer, and what is that one? Yida is 1,400 kilometers that way. Okay. 1,400. This is all new. They built this not too long ago. It's yeah, this whole city was not here. Very recently. Wait a minute. No. I thought I must be thinking of something different. Maybe they built another city like up here somewhere, because I remember them building new blocks, like block housing and stuff for this place. And then we kind of stopped. We kind of stopped covering the Russian space program for, you know, reasons. Yeah, it's only 1,400 kilometers that way. Very convenient. Cheetah, yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Interesting. I could have sworn they built a new city around this thing, but I guess Starbase Live is back. They just cut the audio back in. Oh, that's old. You should save all the launch sites as pins? No. Save the launch sites as pins. Bro, I got them memorized. Psh. Pins. Give me a freaking break. No, Wenchang is like right here. Yeah, there it is. Mahia now? Find the Scottish one. Is that a trick question? It's somewhere in this picture. It's somewhere in this picture. How's that? Do Nord space? That's in... it's up here. Oh, which one is it? Got it. It's somewhere along this coast. Oh, that's too far. What the heck is it? It's somewhere in here, guys. I know. I remember I've looked at it on the maps before. I don't know if these pictures are up to date either. Okay, we're on the new state, so we should be able to see it. Oh, there it is. I got it, right there. And right there is where it crashed. I know there's a U.S. launch site in Alaska somewhere. Is it utilized? It's on Kodiak Island. Give me a second. I'll find it. Yeah, there it is. They do use it sometimes. Astra launched from there, Nader. You know, the rocket that slid out the gate? That was over here somewhere. What do they launch from here? Missile testing and other things. Hey, Astra is still around, guys. They're not bankrupt, dude. Just saying. I think that was the pad right there where it slid out the side. It went out the gate. Still pretty cool. Were they landing the X-33 in Montana? Dugway Proving Grounds in Utah. Yeah, Nader. Yes. Where's JAXA? That was one of the first ones I looked at. That's Tanegashima. It's right here. It's a good ways, or a little ways south of Kyushu. That's the H3 and the H2 launch pads. Yeah, next step is Max Q. Yeah, you remember that? Couldn't believe it. Yeah, Cyborg, I don't think that thing would have made orbit if... Yeah. No, I don't think so. Tanegashima is a beautiful launch site, for what it's worth. Here, you guys want to see a bonus? Check this out. How about Kuru? Oh, yeah, that's easy. It's over here. This didn't used to be blurred. Guys, that's super funny that it is, actually. What are they? Oh, no, we can't have people seeing this. Who's gonna copy you? I don't know where South Korea's launch site is, dude. I don't know where that is. So Ariane 5's launch pad is right here. Ariane 6's launch pad is right there. Vega's launch pad is... It's somewhere in this blur right here. I think it's over here somewhere. Yeah, we have to blur it out because everybody is going to copy our rockets. We have to blur it out. Meanwhile... Where's India's? I know the region, I don't know where it is. So India's launch pads are up here somewhere. They're on this coast somewhere. I don't know where they are. What about North Korean side where they launched the mission to land on the sun? Oh. Oh yeah, that's right there. See, that's where they launched into the sun. Here's Korea's. Okay, there we go. Oh, jeez. That one's going to be a lot more difficult to memorize. Is there a way India can launch to the ISS from their pads? Yeah. They can get to it. It's not out of the realm of possibility. They just won't. Oh, Brimo just sent me this, guys, just on a quick side note. Hey, look. So, she sent me a picture of Titan. Titan has racing stripes. See? He's got the racing stripes. This is where they did his first injection, and that's where they did his injection today. He's got racing stripes. He's got hood scoops. He's got hood scoops. I have no idea what that is, Chris. I don't really care either. Titan is out of it right now, guys. He definitely doesn't know what's going on. Yeah, he's got an ACA duct. Yeah, so he can go faster. Yeah, the poor buddy. He's all right. He'll be okay. Yeah, he'll get a steak. Don't worry. Anyway. All right, dudes. I think did we get all the space? Did we get all the space news over the past week? I think we did. I think I got all of it. Starliner. We talked about Starliner's 4 missions. We talked about Russia's pad falling apart. Oh, there was the 37 EIS.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
One last one. What's up, Sears? Zuke got canceled? Well, didn't it scrub? S-Master, I just got here. Any space news? Let's see. From a press release by Senator Corbyn about the meeting with Jared Isaacman. Mr. Isaacman committed to follow Senator Corbyn's provision of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, now law, to move the Space Shuttle Discovery in one piece from Virginia to its rightful home in space. In one piece. I don't like using SLS as the brunt of jokes, fellas. I think it's a good rocket. With that all being said, politicians are not very good at understanding the laws of physics. I don't think they're very good. The last time they tried to, legislate physics into law, we got SLS. So yeah, you can't just pass a law that defies like physics and be like, I declare gravity illegal. Like that's not it's not really how that works. Can you show some obstacles for it to cross? Well, they want to move the thing in one piece. If you're going to move it in one piece, you need the shuttle carriers. You need the 747s. Now, fellas, I'm not going to sit here and say, like, I'm very opposed to them cutting up all right, let me rephrase it. I'm very opposed to them cutting up Discovery. If they could move Discovery in one piece, however, maybe I don't have a problem with it. The only way you're going to move that in one piece would be restoring NASA 905 or NASA 911. That is the only way that's happening. Would I be against this? I mean, restoring one of the shuttle carriers and moving shuttles around? I would. I mean, why not just put it on a boat? Well, here's the thing. It's not near any water. It's not near any water. Moving an intact piece of history just for personal and political ego is a bad idea. If that's the state of the game, Nova, they can have it. I think it's hilarious, and I think history will not be kind. History will not be kind to these people. But if we do get a restored shuttle carrier aircraft out of it, I'm kind of okay with it. I mean, I think it's a terrible idea for what it's worth, but if that means restoring a shuttle carrier aircraft, okay. With that being said, I've talked about this many times, and I don't want to rehash anything. I'm just going to say what I said before. Moving the shuttle Discovery, from the Udvar-Hazy Center to Johnson Space Center, from Washington, D.C. to Houston, Texas, when the space shuttle hasn't flown in 14 years, the program was incepted in 1972, first flight in 1981. That speaks volumes about where our political stakeholders are at in terms of NASA as a whole space program. You would rather move this 40-plus-year-old vehicle. Discovery was built in 1984, I believe. Or 1983. 1983 for Discovery. This is a 41-year-old vehicle from a program that hasn't been around in 15 years. From a program that basically was started in 1972. That speaks volumes for where your priorities are at as political stakeholders. That's it. You're willing to spend money on rectifying a seemingly wrong thing from 15 frigging years ago. 15 frigging years ago with a 41-year-old orbiter. Rather than push aggressively into the future. Like I said, that speaks volumes to me about where our priorities are, where our politicians' priorities are at. It speaks volumes, and it's pathetic. And I think That's stupid. That is an insane waste of money. Look, like, if the shuttle program was still flying and we had a shuttle carrier aircraft kind of ready to go, I wouldn't be totally against it. But yeah, sure, whatever. But, dude, the shuttle carrier aircrafts have been sitting dormant since 2013. Well, 2012, basically. They've been mothballed. One of them is a museum exhibit in Houston. The other one has been sitting in the desert for 15 years, doing nothing. Now, the Pima is a good place. Or no, it's not at Pima. It's at Edwards, I think. That's not a bad place for it. It'll be fine. You could fix it. But why? Why are we fixing a 50-year-old airplane? Because the shuttle carrier aircrafts are converted 747-100s. They were built in the 70s, like the early 70s. So we're going to restore 50-year-old airplanes to grab a 41-year-old orbiter and fly it to Texas once? Like I said, shows where your priorities are at. If that's what you want to do. We don't have to wait for history to not be kind. It's dumb. Well, yeah, Aqualex, I'm trying to navigate this minefield here, and please, before I read whatever you're saying, I'm just going to read what you say after this, and if you're not helping me navigate this political minefield, I'm not going to read it aloud. Yep, that's what I thought. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it, dude. This is... No, Outdoorsman. Yes, Nader, that's what Aqualex was basically saying. Yes. I don't know. I don't get it. Hopefully Rook talks some sense into the guy. With that being said, dude, like, I love the space shuttle. I love it. Discovery should be preserved for future generations. I strongly oppose from it, but if you really want to do it, go ahead, dude. Like I said, history will not be kind to you because you're going to break it. You're going to break it. There's no way they're moving Discovery without a shuttle. If they're without a shuttle carrier aircraft, there's no way you're moving that thing correctly. You're not. And the people that did move the stuff correctly are probably long gone. So someone's going to break something. It's better to just leave it where it is. With that being said, you want to turn this into some funny political folly? Great. That's what's going to happen. Be my guest if you want to make a fool of yourself. That's fine. Then everybody will know. Truck it the 20 miles to the river and sail it down. There's water all the way. Like I said, S, I said they shouldn't move it by water, and you took that as, well, it's, no, we could do this if you just put your thumb up your butt and actually move the thing over there. You're missing the point entirely. If they want to do that, go ahead. Do it. Do it. You're going to break it. You're going to put it on a barge. You're going to break it. It's going to end up looking like Buran when you're done. Tiles are going to fall off. It's going to be hilarious. Go ahead. Go ahead. Do it. Do it. I don't care. I don't care anymore. Like, the shuttle's the past, dude. Whatever. Instructions unclear, thumb stuck in butt. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, maybe you could. Maybe. Well, all right. Go ahead. Try to move that thing on 495 in DC. See what happens. Like, it's just... Who did the Endeavor lift? I have no idea, Outdoorsman. Like, that's what I'm getting at, dude. Like, if they want to, go ahead. Just ruin it. Go ahead. Go ahead. How poetic would that actually be? if they actually go through with it, you're going to break it. You're going to break it. Because the people that know how to move this thing correctly are long gone. They've found other jobs. Considering that's where they normally stick their heads, thumb should be easy. See, now I have no problem reading that comment. Yeah, that's fine. It was pull it with the Toyota. It worked in a commercial, right? Yeah, guys. Do I have a problem with it? Yes. If they want to try to do it, you know what? Do it. I'm going to laugh when it breaks. I'm going to laugh. I'm going to think it's going to be hilarious, dude. I'm not going to cry. I don't care. Whatever. There's other space shuttles. There's Atlantis and Endeavor and Enterprise. Whatever. That's fine. Yeah, but Discovery is the best shuttle? Well, see, I think that Challenge is the best shuttle, but Challenger's already in pieces, so... You know, I can't complain about them cutting that up. It's dry humor. Relax. I know those people by name. Okay? The Challenger 7. Discovery would go from museum exhibit to circus exhibit. Yep. Gallows humor is perfectly okay, man. I get it. Yeah, it's just... Yeah, like I said, if that's what you're going to do, you're going to make a fool of yourself when you try and move it. It's going to break. Like, Yeah, I'm done talking about it. Anyway. Speaking of Jared Isaacman, we do have Jared Isaacman's, his confirmation, again, is 10 a.m. on Wednesday, on the 3rd. So I will be here early on Wednesday to watch that. Be sure to bring your popcorn. Ron McNair is related to one of my best friends growing up. Yep. Interesting, goalie. You need to make a cringe meter? I think my reaction is plenty good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah. Now, there's an open letter from a lot of ex-NASA astronauts that are endorsing Jared Isaacman. Let's go down the list. Charlie Bolden, Bob Cabana, Greg Chamatov, Katie Coleman, Leroy Chow, Ken Cockrell, Drew Feustel, Jack Fisher, Mike Foreman, Ron Guerin, Linda Godwin, John Grunsfeld. Hell yeah, John Grunsfeld. That guy's a bad melon farmer. Ken Ham, Jose Hernandez, John Harrington, Rick Hybe, Joan Higginbotham, Scott Kelly, Shane Kimbrough, Wendy Lawrence, Steve Lindsay, Leland Melvin. Hell yeah. MLA, Michael Lopez Alegria. Still flies for Axiom. Ed Liu, Dottie Metcalf Lindberger, Bill Arthur, Stephen Oswald, William Reedy, Garrett Reisman. Garrett Reisman's the GOAT. That guy's awesome. I've talked to him before. He's a cool dude. Stephen Robinson, Rusty Schweikert. All right. Got some Apollo astronauts in there. Let's go. Nicole Stott, Steve Swanson, Jim Voss, Peggy Whitson. Still flies for Axiom. And George Zamka. Good stuff, man. Cool. That's a pretty good list. There's some real talent on this list. Charlie Bolden flew the space shuttle. Bob Cabana commanded the space shuttle 4 times. Good stuff. Scott Kelly commanded the space shuttle. John Grunsfeld did EVAs. He did Hubble servicing missions, if math serves me left. What? No, Ed Baldwin? Don't reference that poor excuse for a space sci-fi show in my chat. Don't reference that. No, bad. I'm gonna get the spray bottle out. Don't do that. That's cool, Nader. Right on. I feel like there's not many other options for space shows. Yeah, I know what you mean. So yeah. Jared Isaacman's confirmation is on Wednesday at 10. Knowing politicians, it's probably going to be 10:30. Calling it now. Go take your money's on 10:45. $11, Joe? He's speaking from experience, man. All right, so check this out, dudes. Let's turn Starbase Live back on. They have CP11 back up. Look at the Gigabay construction, dudes. When did that happen? I don't know, man. They've been busy. They got all 4 tower cranes set up, and they are going hard. And the crazy thing is that the Cape is doing the same thing. The Cape's further along than this, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It looks very satisfactory. Right. Right. Yeah. It does, doesn't it? Rare Starship Cape Program W. Joe, it's
Discovery,
I think
go at throttle
Cape
up.
W's for the Starship program are going to happen a lot faster. You haven't played the Addiction Simulator in a while. Yeah, because I'm addicted to Battlefield, which is a worse addiction simulator. I still want to play, guys, but probably not to. Maybe we'll play a little bit tonight. But I want to watch the Hand-Egg game tonight. Satisfactory build's still going. I mean, yeah, it's still going, but I haven't played. Link it, Phil. Just take the plunge and play Eve? No. No, Eve doesn't do it for me. How many times will Elon's name be said on Wednesday? I don't know. Have you seen the original pad for 39A? It was an upgrade of pad 1, not a total redesign like pad 2. There's very few pictures, though. Starship's pad, Amadeo? It's a copy of pad 2 at Boca Chica. Go full degen and play Star Citizen? Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah. These pictures of Booster 18. We got to see inside of Booster 18's plumbing. Oh, my God. Oh, my gosh. Look at that. Wow. Bella who, Joe? Prop shop cooked on those. They did pretty good, man. One more. So once again, these pictures are coming from our GV aerial, guys. Booster 18 has started to be deconstructed. Yeah, they have the load spreader on it. They cut it in half. Welcome back, N1. We've missed you, right? Yeah, Nader, we should do that. I just gotta figure out what I want to. How many points of failure? There's quite a few. Dude, look at the strut. Look at that dang strut that they have holding that tank in position. Holy balls. Man. Joe. I want to know what them horizontal pipes are for wrapped around the outside. As far as I can tell, this looks like a methane header tank. But because that's where all the pipes are going. That's probably for fluid management during landing burns. Oh, no, you're right. You're right, Phil. I'm wrong. The methane that's for methane. That one's for liquid oxygen. They can't have the liquid oxygen tank, the liquid oxygen header tank in the center because the methane downcomer is there, the down tuber, whatever the heck, or upstander. That's what D called it. Yeah, so it's offset. It's for the liquid oxygen. You're right. You're absolutely right. They're the LOX header tank feed lines. They had to offset it. Upstander, upholder. I mean, this thing is pretty damn strong. It did hold up the entire methane tank by itself. There's no structure left here. Yeah, so I mean, dude, that looks sick, dude. It looks like a pipe organ, man. It's really cool. It's wild, man. It's just a Falcon 9. What's the big deal, right? Must be load bearing for the inner engines. Yeah, something like that, Bill. Can't even imagine how you're going to go about modeling that. Me? That wouldn't take very long. I'm not just saying that. It's repeating pieces, dude. Look. So this piece is like that piece, right? So you have pipe A, which kind of bends out this way, and then pipe B bends out that way, and then it just repeats all the way around. You could just model 2 of those pipes and then duplicate it all the way around. And then the same with these. You just model 1 and then duplicate it to the other side. Pipes, guys, pipes are not as hard as you think. I don't have Maya installed on this computer. But yeah, pipes are not, they're not as hard to make as you think. Like in CAD programs and stuff, dudes, what you can do is you can use the curve tool, right, to model the pipes. Like you could do this in CAD, you could do it in Maya. You just basically make a line where you want your pipe to go, right? So like say you wanted a pipe to go, you know, over, down, and then over to another direction. Here, actually, hold up. Got to make it curved or else it's not going to look right. So, like, if we're sitting in 3/4 view like this, right? You can use what's called line extrusion. And if you go here and you make what's called a primitive circle, right? And in Maya, if you select the circle and then you select the line and hit the extrude option, it'll make the pipe in this shape. That's, here, I'll show you. It'll do something like this. With over here being, you know, like that. Pipes are not as hard as you might think to make. In 3D, it's not bad. You can use line extrusion and make them instantly. I showed you guys how to do that when we modeled rocket engines on stream one time. Why up? I knew someone was going to say something about that. I knew somebody was going to say something about that. Dude, I learned, I cut my teeth in CAD in Maya, and Maya uses Y up. All right. I knew someone was going to say something. Minecraft is Y up. Yeah, there you go. Boom. SolidWorks is Y up. There you go. Yeah, I believe Fusion is Z up. Ever used BricsCAD? No. Do you think that we'll try and salvage some of those pipes? I wouldn't, Comus. I don't think so. Dude, it sucks that we lost Booster 19. That sucks. That's awful. That's not cool. However, you got to understand that SpaceX is building a production line. You know, we were just talking about that Gigabays look like Satisfactory. They're building a factory for rockets. Okay. Once again, you got to think about this in a completely... Take everything we know about what it takes to put a rock together and just cast it aside. There's another one coming down the pipe. There's another one coming down the line. Oh, guess we're making boosters now. We lost booster 19, dude, or 18. I'm sorry, I misspoke. That's 18 that broke. 19 is fine. Yeah. So there's another one coming down the line, guys. Booster 19 is coming down the line. Forgive me. And dude, I said on the Flame Trench 2 weeks ago that it's going to be done by Christmas. And you know what the interesting thing is? SpaceX, like a day after that, hold on. I got it. Check this out. Starbase team plans to have the next Super Heavy booster stacked in December, which puts it on pace with the test schedule planned for the first V3 Starship vehicle and associated ground systems. Starship's 12th flight test remains targeted for the first quarter of 2026. Four out of 10 sections are in the Mega Bay. 4 sections of Booster 19 are stacked. EJ wrote the tweet clearly? No. Yeah, there you go, Uncle X, yeah. Y up is based, thank you. Yeah, Talon, probably. Did Elon pay you good money for that? No. No. Oh. Right hand rule. Yeah, I know. No, Fluffy, I don't know what you're talking about. No, like I said, dudes, they're space. Dude, I know that they're all rockets, and this is not to disparage any other company or anything that's trying to that's building rockets or landing rockets or whatever. SpaceX is building a factory. Now, don't get me wrong, that's not to say that the rockets don't have factories either. Of course they do. SpaceX is building a assembly line for rockets that part of the processing flow for Starship and Super Heavy, part of the stakeholder expectations for these vehicles is that they can be assembled quickly. That's part of the reason why Starship's made out of stainless steel, and it's not 7000 series aluminum that's in a milled iso grid and bent and friction stir welded, because that takes time to make, comparatively to just taking a roll of stainless, making a ring, making another ring, zap it, make another ring, zap it, stack it, stack it, stack it, stack it, boom, done. These rockets and the Star Factory that's being built at the Cape, the Gigabay that's being built at the Cape, Gigabay and Star Factory that exists at Boca Chica already, the Gigabay that's being built at Boca Chica, all tells me that and the stainless steel, amongst other things, tells me is that SpaceX wants to mass produce these. The other thing is that they say that Elon says this all the time. We want to make a Starship a day or some crazy thing. Okay, if you want to launch a Starship a day, you're going to need a lot of Starships. So it speaks volumes that they're actually building a factory to make a lot of Starships, right? Look up Vast Space Station, Clayton, if you're interested in that. So, hey, Wildland, what's going on? So that's what I mean. SpaceX is going to build. They're building a factory. Honestly, Block 2 Starship was probably holding that factory back. V3 fixes a lot of the perceived or the problems learned from V2, problems encountered and learned from V2. It absolutely does. V3, I know it's funny saying this because Booster 18 just exploded, but V3 should, barring teething problems, should be fixed. Should have fixed or mitigated. Well, not mitigated. It should have fixed all the problems that Block 2 is having with the attic and purging out systems, etc., etc. It is it's much more simple and it's much more elegant. It's designed for Raptor 3. It's designed to be put together quickly and made very, very fast. Not much, at home on paternal leave, so tired. Congratulations. Tired, yeah, I got you. Right? Diesel. Vast mentioned. Yeah, so it wasn't like I want to toot my own horn about being right about Booster 19, but honestly, that wasn't anybody that knows, like, follows SpaceX. Like Zach could have predicted this. Alex could have predicted this, and they probably did. They probably did before me. This wasn't a big shocking revelation. SpaceX is going for it, man. They're going for it. They're really, 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 really trying to scale this. Scaling up mass production, high flight frequency. Those are stakeholder expectations for Starship. That is what they're trying to do. That is a huge part of the entire Starship program. And having those three stakeholder expectations changes the rules in my mind. Like, dude, if this was anybody else and the booster popped during a pressure test, I'd be like, okay. But I know that SpaceX has another one cooked up. The 19 is going to be stacked. It's going to be stacked sooner rather than later. 4 sections are already stacked per what you guys are saying. It's going to be done, too. Forget Christmas. It's going to be done like 2 weeks. Well, no, Christmas is 4 weeks. 3 weeks away, technically. The reason why is because now they know how to put Block 3 boosters together. Booster 18 took about 2 months. I mean, the components were stacked in there for a little while, but they were figuring out how to put it together. Now that they know how to put it together, Booster 19 will be quicker. Way quicker. SpaceX even admitted it. I'll bet you Booster 20 is going to be done probably mid-January. Think about it. Block 2 was holding up the production line. Now the production line can go. Now it can go. How many parts of Ship 39 are out there? What about Ship 40? We've seen parts all the way out to Ship 40, what is it, 44, dudes. We've seen the nose cone for Ship 44. I hope so, Manfu. Yeah. Somebody on that flame train said it was going to take 6 months. I know. That was 6 months to launch. That wasn't... We ran out of time. I was going to call him out on it. I'd be like, really? Really? No, I think that if I have to put my money on when Flight 12 is, it's probably February or March at this point. Probably more March than anything. Ship 46 from Caesar. There you go, outdoorsman. Speaking of Alex, he said he saw his first snow this past week. He tweeted from Minneapolis this morning. Cool. Is this next block the first production block, or do you expect them to be another major iteration before the flywheel really starts spinning? I think this is the first major production block. Space Ghost, Block 3 Starship is what Block 4 Falcon 9 is to the Falcon 9 program. The next things that we're going to see from SpaceX is obviously the ship catch. Actually, I would say that Block 2 is more like Block 4. This is getting into Block 5 territory here. Yeah. We're not at like the full iterations of Block 5 because clearly the early Block 5 boosters SpaceX lost or expended because they were outdated and they didn't have the updated systems like load leveling on it and stuff. Yeah, there is... SpaceX has said that they're going to stretch this into the Block 4 Starship. And yeah, those Block 4 Starships are really going to have some kick. But I think they're really only going to do Block 4 once they have Block 3 like completely fleshed out. I think Block 3 is production. These are production things. This is where you're going to start seeing way higher fidelity starships with docking ports and payload dispensers, etc., etc. What is this? Starbase tracking? Oh, dude, they follow me. All right, cool. Follow me back. Hell yeah. Yo. Pictures. All right. What do we got? That's a picture of Massey's. Cool. Yeah, Lex, that's a good way to say that. Trailer. Nice. Nice. NSF North. CP11. That's where CP11 is when we put it in Danger Dune. Oh, God. Dune. Straight Dune. That site sucks, dude. It sucks getting anything over there. Check the Ligma. Where's the Ligma? Where's the ligma? Woof. Damn. Oh, sick. Sick. This is cool, man. Yeah, see, look. Here you go. Damn, dude. What's that block of private land? Did I see somebody else's mouse cursor moving around? You didn't know about this? No. Is that... Whose mouse cursor is that? I don't know whose that is. Now I'm scared. Now I'm scurry. Is that the bit that's owned by Cards Against Humanity? I don't think so. I don't know, maybe. I gotta let me look at it on Goggle Earth. Without being a complete jerk to the guy that owns this land, I don't think they're buying it, dude. They've bought everything around it. Is it this house? Let me see. Yes. Yes. Yeah, the Gigabay is here in this picture. Dude, these photos of new construction are already outdated. This is from April 11th, 2024. Yeah, there's no house there. It's just a flat plot. I guess I never really noticed it, dude. Whenever I drove up and down here, I'm looking over here. I'm not looking at the empty field. Watch them sell the Blue or NSF. NSF already owns property around here, dude. NSF owns a good amount of property around this place. Hey, Pat, what's going on? Just checking in. Missed you on the Flame Trench, but hope you're good. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving. Yeah, I did. It was great. Cards Against Humanity is right on the border near Rocket Ranch. Yeah, this is not... this. I don't know who owns that land. And I think it had a for sale sign for a while, just didn't want to sell it to SpaceX. Rather, I don't think they need it, but yeah, sure. That being said, if I owned that land, I'd build my house there. I'd build my house there, sure, why not? There you go. They're like, what about all the noise? They'd be like, yeah, don't worry about that. That's fine. Everything's good. Yeah, I'd be like, yeah, nah, it's fine. You know what would look good there? Cybertrucks. Yep. Me, the humble landowner, when a starship falls off the SPMT onto my plot of land. Oh no! Yeah, right. Yeah, it's got lots of space, sure. If they allowed it. Yeah. It was more of a joke than anything, but yeah. I mean, if I owned the land, I would just see how much I could get out of SpaceX. Yeah, the guy that owns that land, Graham, seems to be doing the same thing. The problem is that it's a failing strategy when they own every other piece of land and also, like, the city that the land is in. You know, SpaceX really wanted to. They could just eminent domain the thing and then vote on it and they'd win. Like, not to be a complete jerk, but... Booster 19 stacking is going really fast. It is. It is, yeah. It's going pretty quick. Good stuff, man. That's super cool that they... who is this? Starbase tracking? It's cool. And this account follows me. Right on. Right on, right on. Killer. Good place for a Waffle House. Oh, now we're talking, dude. That'd be awesome. All right, dudes. Any other space stuff that I missed over the last week? I think we got all of it. So once again, Jared Isaacman's extended confirmation is at 10 a.m. Eastern. That's 2 hours before my normal start time on Wednesday. Dream Chaser got a launch date? Okay. I think it proves that Elon or SpaceX people watch. Danny, I've heard all kinds of crazy whispers regarding that. Now, dude, I know people at SpaceX watch. I know. We've seen people with EJ shirts walking around Starbase on Starbase Live. We've definitely seen that. That being said, dude, I've heard whispers that, like, a bunch of them, like, have the stream on while they're working, like, on the guidance team and booster team and stuff, and I'm like, why? No way, who? It's classified. Can't tell you. Hey, thanks for the bits, Gaw. People want to watch a confirmation hearing. Mind your P's and Q's. Yep. Who would be watching us? Yeah, I know. We suck. So, like, I've heard things, dude. I've heard people say, like, oh, yeah, they all watch you. I'm like, okay. Okay. Well, if you're on the, you know, GNC team, SpaceX, and you got me on while you're, you know, busting out some code, hey, thanks for watching. Appreciate what you do. Appreciate what you do. Let's hope it's not the COPV guy. Yeah, that guy needs to do better. You need to do better, Mr. COPV man. Yeah, outdoorsman. So they definitely do, which is just, it's crazy. What was the context of that statement? Lacey Town Center, LLC. Interesting, Resi. Wiggle the chopsticks if you're watching this. Quick question. You seem like you would know. Let's say I worked at SpaceX at the GNC chamber right now and I just listened to Avenged Sevenfold on the work computer while coding. Would I be fired? No. With that being said, Graham, look, here's the thing. about a work computer, and this goes for anybody that's working, and most of you guys probably know this, but if you're newer or dude, don't put anything on your work computer that you wouldn't be comfortable showing your boss. Think about that. So, could you listen to Avenged Sevenfold on your computer? It really depends on the company. Really, it depends. If Elon came and said, "What the heck is that? Why is that on the computer?" Would you be able to tell him without having a weird conversation? Think about that. Yes, Aqualix, you asked why someone would have you stream up working on guidance software. And to which you said... Yeah, I guess. Like I said, Grim, boost efficiency. Just put it on your phone. That's what I would do. I would not put anything on a work computer. I wouldn't put anything on a work computer that I wouldn't be comfortable showing my boss. Now, how that applies to the stream here, fellas, is I would not put... I'm not logged into anything on this computer except YouTube and X, and that's it. I'm not logged into emails. I don't check my bank accounts or anything on this computer. This is the work computer. I do not put anything on this computer that I would not be comfortable showing off in public. So, yeah, there's just general PSA and general answer to your question. Don't put anything on a work computer that you wouldn't want to show your boss. The most personal thing I do on work computer is check the weather. Checking the weather is fine. Would you talk with your boss about the weather? Yes, most likely. So that's okay. That's fine. Or work phone. Yeah, sure. The only thing my company blocks is the news for some reason, but I can listen to YouTube and other things as long as it's good. I usually listen to you on my phone while working. Oh, all right, cool, sweet. Learned that the hard way? No. No, Farm, I'm just not an idiot. You work IT and it amazes you of some of the things you find. Not that I go looking for it, but when someone profiles 400 gigabytes, it raises questions. Fozzie, jeez. No, Farm, that's just been my modus operandi. I don't... Yeah, that's been how it is for a long time. I don't know. This is going to sound weird, but I am kind of introverted. I don't really like talking to people too much. You know, I will. And that's because I worked a lot of service jobs growing up, but I like to keep to myself. And I don't like people knowing stuff, you know? That's like streaming notwithstanding, you know what I mean? Like, that's EJ off stream. You don't need to know that. Why do you need to know that? You know? And that works well with streaming because parasocial relationships, etc., you know. I just need the last 3 digits on your credit card, please. Yeah, right. Yes, this isn't real. Are you a cop? Yeah, right. I do the DJ pretty much all the time when I'm working. I'm doing that right now, cleaning aircraft parts. Right on. Streaming is okay. Man just talks to the screen. I mean, cold coffee. I do spend my day sitting here staring at a wall, talking to it. Yeah, so. All right. I mean, it tracks, right? That makes sense. You coming back for the game for launch, or you're just going to chill? Good question, man. At least it doesn't make you look like you're crazy. All right. It's a nice wall. It's yeah, I painted it white. It's like office building Conference room white. It's great. What hex code of white? That one. Yeah, that one. Wait, you didn't do a nice calming color? No, it's... I have light shining in my face, dude. Or... for shorthand. Yeah, yeah. Small KSA update? Oh. What do we got? You must be logged in to do that. I don't want to log into the forums, thank you. Haha, I win. Yeah, there you go, outdoorsman. Nice.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Technical collection of hunter-sized solid rocket boosters alongside with a 1-meter fuel tank for scale. These are ideal for stage separation, kick stages, or an ad hoc launch escape system. Designed to be fully modular, you can stack the central cylinder cores of aluminum propellant to increase burn time. Stackable SRBs. Swap out nozzles for better performance in vacuum or sea level, or remove the support legs and use them as inline booster cores. Hello! Hey! Really? Nice. You vote white square as F-bomb auto replace in chat. I'll talk to Drummer about it. That's cool. Because... yeah. That's pretty sick, dude. Pretty cool. KSA is very promising. Interesting video for how the RCS works. KSA updates.
The way that we're doing
Okay, that's loud. Let's just go here and let's turn down that. Yep, there we go. That's right. Are you awake, chat? Good, you should be.
attitude control, so controlling the orientation of spacecraft, is done in generally a pretty either a fake or haphazard way in a lot of other space type games. If the player, moves their joystick to the right or whatever, it'll turn the spacecraft, and then they'll fake some RCS firings to pretend like that's what happened or that's what caused it. And ours is exactly the opposite. We're actually firing that jet and we're resolving those forces directly, and then, which means that because this is like a real problem that actual spacecraft have, you have to actually have a real control system of the same type. I think the system that we've implemented is something that you would see on a real vehicle, which people haven't really seen before. And there'll be many more of that exact type of thing where it'll be a little bit different than a normal game dev would understand how to solve this problem because I've done this stuff for real.
Cool. I'm pretty sure KSP RCS does that. Oh yeah, no, KSA is good, man. We played it 2 weeks ago. Stefan also completely refactored how engines work in KSA. There's now an engine designer where you specify engine parameters and it comes up with the performance metrics. There's even a flow separation model. Stefan is the gentleman that worked at SpaceX, right? Yeah, he's probably pretty good at doing that. I wonder how deep they want to make some of the sim in this game. Propellant slosh, boil off, yep. Yeah. Hey, Gujar, welcome back. How was your holiday? Well, my holiday was great. Did you have ham or turkey? Yes, both of them. Yeah. Did I have ham or turkey? Yeah, I had both. We had a big ham and a big turkey. Yeah. Bro, all right, here's the thing. Breeze, we usually do Thanksgiving in Detroit. We do Thanksgiving with Bree's family, right? In the Midwest. The food is very hearty, and there's a lot of it. Yeah, Midwestern food is the portions are quite large. I like that. Yeah, it's good. Lots of cheese. There was a whole bowl of mac and cheese. Like, just bowl of mac and cheese. It was amazing. Dude, I had ham, I had turkey, mac and cheese, potatoes. Yeah, there's all kinds of good stuff, man. Yeah, it was awesome. How many desserts? More than I could count. Pan or oven made? Scratch. It was actually, was it in a slow cooker? I think it was in a slow cooker. I think. Yeah, it's homemade. Good stuff. How about that game? Yeah, the one where the refs handed you guys 2 touchdowns and then you won by 2 possessions? Yeah, that was a great game, though. But was it baked or not? I don't think so, Aqualux. No, I don't think it was baked. You had smoked turkey? Nice, Bandit. There you go. I manufacture the parts they use in COPVs, though. I think it's a different product line, probably for hydrogen. Oh, nice, Drew. There you go. It was Wisconsinite I could attest. Don't forget the leftovers in the Tupperware. Yep. Oh, yeah, baby. Any Polish dishes? Just curious. I don't know, dude. The spread was insane, Ando. There's got to be something. There was something. I know there was something. Next year, I'm going to get a big lasagna from your local lasagneria. Should make it, dude. Ando, with that being said, for one of the nights that wasn't Thanksgiving, because we were in a week with Bree's folks, Bree's parents made kielbasa and pierogies, and we had that for dinner, and it was tasty. Very tasty. I ate a lot of those. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, your boy ate a lot of that. Yeah. What kind of pierogi? I don't remember what they were. They were homemade, though. I think they... I'll have to ask Bree's mom. I forget. Hey, Nazlik, I'm doing just fine. You don't go to the Midwest and go hungry, DH. That's not how this works. Dude, there's so many... okay, all right. Look, I'm not saying that this isn't in other parts of the country, okay? But in the Midwest, there is a diner. There are diners all over the place. There's still diners everywhere. And if you're not from there, or you're not from the U.S., like you're not from North America, let me put it that way. Once upon a time, there were breakfast diners everywhere. It's just a place where you just go and get breakfast. They usually open till maybe like noontime and maybe do lunch and then they close. And some of them are, full diners that have like hamburgers and hot dogs during the day and then you can get dinner there and stuff. Dude, there are on every corner in the Midwest, there is a diner that has the most heaping, plentiful amounts of food that you can get for not a lot of money. And it's amazing and it's delicious. How good are the food in those? It depends. It depends, but usually it's really good. Dude, I went to this place. We went to this place off of I-75. I think it was in Grand Blanc, I think. It was up north. It was past Flint. Dude, this diner I ordered a grilled ham and cheese sandwich. I was thinking, okay, they're probably going to put, some ham between two pieces of bread. It's probably going to be about, it's grilled ham and cheese, right? And cut it in some Dude, they had shaved ham with like drizzled cheddar cheese all over it. It looked like mustard on it. And the sandwich was this big. The halves were that big. My hands are not small. This thing was freaking gigantic and it was like $12 or something. That's it. That's it, Kelly. Tony's I-75 diner. That's it. Dude, it was amazing. It was like the best grilled cheese I've ever had. That's it, dude. Dude, this diner just... Okay. This diner puts an emphasis... Tony's I-75, that's what it's called. They do an emphasis on pork products, right? So if you order like a BLT... I was there with Bree's dad, right? Bree's dad ordered a BLT, and it was just more like a B with a little bit of L and T. Like, dude, it was just a pile of bacon with some lettuce and a tomato on the top. That's the name of it. Thank you for refreshing my memory, dude. That was awesome, dude. I had that grilled ham and cheese there. It was amazing. It was not expensive. Like, and Ando, they're all over the place in the Midwest. There's always some cool, like, hole-in-the-wall diner that you can go to that has the best food you've ever had. Here. Let's see. Hold on, let's see if we... Yep, there it is. Hold on. I don't think... I don't think that's the ham and cheese. Hold on. It's in Birch Run. That's where it is. Dude, yeah, we went up north a little ways out of Detroit for other reasons. I'll tell you what the other reasons are later. Yeah, baby. Dude, look at this. You order like bacon and eggs with hash browns and toast, you just get a pile of bacon that's on top of eggs and hash browns. It's just... And dude, there's a bajillion places like this, dude. There's a bajillion of them. They're all over the place. And dude, it doesn't cost anything, man. Like, it doesn't freaking cost anything. Like, you can get a full breakfast for like $10. Like, I'm talking like 3A, like not at Tony's, but there's hole-in-the-wall diners everywhere. They're all over the place in the Midwest, dude. Like, once again, dude, a full breakfast, like in Massachusetts, like you get 3 eggs, you know, hash browns, bacon, cup of coffee, and an OJ. That's like, I don't know, 15, 16 bucks. The Midwest is like 10, 8 if you go to the right spot. Do they have grits? They have grits, yes. Totally worth getting your arteries hardened. And it will do that. But Ando, the thing is, dude, I could eat one of those like every day. It was so delicious, dude. They're all over the place. The Midwest has hole-in-the-wall places like that everywhere. And that's why I love it, dude. The price is fantastic. And you get a metric ton of food. As long as Jack isn't cooking the bacon, yeah. Family Traditions on PA Route 8, third exit from Ohio. You have to swing south to I-80. Recommend Family Traditions on PA Route 8. Okay, all right. Family Traditions, got it. There's a restaurant called Pioneer Restaurant in an old cabin. Unfortunately, it closed. It was off Highway 10 near Highway B in Wisconsin. Dude, they're everywhere like that, dude. It's all over the place. Like, guys, I grew up just outside of Boston, right? We had diners growing up, but they went away. It's all artisanal Starbucks wannabe stuff up there now. Seriously. Like, I remember going to get breakfast with my parents on Sundays, right? That stuff doesn't exist. Doesn't exist up here anymore. Like, it exists where I am outside of the city, but yeah. Freaking diners, dude. Good stuff. Texas doesn't use metric tons, they use Texas tons. Yep. That's right, Coltech. Hey, Seacraken, what's going on? I saw your resub message and I didn't understand what it meant, so I just kept
Discovery,
doing
go at throttle up.
things. Hey, SVO, tier 3, 33-month resub. I love hole-in-the-wall diners, man. That's like my favorite. There's a little place called Terry's Place here in Ocala. They are known for the submarine sandwiches. They make sandwiches bigger than Subway. Yeah, dude.
Discovery,
like I said,
go at throttle
there's
up.
stuff like Ando, and just generally anybody that's outside of the U.S. Like, you see U.S. processed food, and you're like, oh, that food sucks. Dude, we don't eat that all the time. Usually, for most parts of the country, you're going to some place like this if you're going to go get food. And that food is way better than any processed nonsense. And there's millions of them. There's millions of great places to get food. When you come for EAA, I'll have to take you to quite a few places to eat and enjoy. Let me know if you come for EAA. I want to go, Outdoorsman, yeah. I'm scared. I might get 6 inches of snow tomorrow and I got to go to school. Any driving advice besides go slow? When do you have to go to school? When is the snow happening? I understand there's bad and great food and eating out is popular. Yeah, dude. But like I said, you see like bags of Doritos and stuff. That's just, dude, that's not... That ain't us, man. The hole in the wall restaurants are truly the good stuff. You can get amazing food anywhere. And dude, like if you're in a city like in Boston, like you can get whatever. You can get whatever you want. You can find good Polish food in Boston. Like Bree and I did it, and it was a hole in the wall freaking Polish deli, and it was delicious. It was awesome. Yeah. We got punchkis, dude. Can you believe that? In Boston. No Polish people here. But we found it. You're going in the middle of snow. Leave before the snow starts. It doesn't matter if you get there early. Don't drive in the snow, Sea Kraken. If you don't have experience driving in snow while it's snowing, don't drive in it. But that being said, you got to learn sometime. And if you're going to, just go slow. Lots of Polacks in Springfield. Yes. Winter tires might help. Yep. The snow starts at 3 a.m. And when does school start? – 8 a.m. The plows will be out by then. You'll be fine. What state are you in, Sea Kraken? Again? Or province? I forget. State. State? Virginia. Virginia? Snow? The roads should be plowed by then. Just wake up a little bit earlier in the morning and look for closures and stuff. Yeah, that's a good idea, Hellfish. Yeah. What Aqualex said is also right. Just, if you absolutely have to drive in the snow, go slow. Do not drive fast. The hell with the person behind you. They'll beep at you. They can piss off. If they want to drive past you, let them pass you. Be very passive. Don't drive quickly in the snow. Yeah, Fluffy, that's a good point. Sea Kraken, 6 inches of snow. So for our metric folks, that's about 15 centimeter. For Virginia, that could be enough to shut stuff down for a little while, dude. Yeah, that's a lot for Virginia. Nice, Outdoorsman. That's a good list thus far. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. See last if you're up for it. What am I up for? Geography question. When you went to Michigan, did you take the route through Canada, or is the double border crossing too much hassle? I never do that, dude. I don't feel like going into Canada. I mean, I could. I got a passport, no problem. We just drive, dude. It's not... I like driving for what it's worth, and it's not... Yeah, it's not too much extra for me just driving, when you get to Buffalo, just going south to, on 90 through Cleveland to 80-90, and then just going across and going up at Toledo. That's no big deal. It's like, what, an extra 30, 45 minutes of driving? It's because the border crossing is going to slow you down. EJ hates Canada, confirm. No, just Ontario. You're like... All systems, you're like, yeah, yeah, that's right. America's unique in that distances are measured in hours of driving. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it doesn't save you that much time going through the border. Thanks for answering that. Yeah. Dude, if you're coming from Boston trying to get to Michigan, so let's just say you're trying to get to I-75, all right? 75 goes up through the mitten. Right? Or say you're just trying to get to Detroit. Dude, I just get on the Mass Pike. I get on the Mass Pike and go straight for about 500 miles, all the way to Buffalo. And then I keep following 90. 90, because there's an Ontario in the way, merges with 80 in Ohio, right around, I think it's right around Cleveland, actually.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I don't understand why, but even outside of the winter months people talk about plowing at my mum's house. Can someone explain?
No. Nah, they... Nah. Nah. That, all right. Thank you for the tip, confused person. Yeah, 80-90 merge from Cleveland to Chicago. Yeah. Yeah, 80-90. Yeah, you take 80-90 to just to I-70, or, well, I take it to 280, go across the bridge at Toledo, and then go up north on I-75. Box should be getting there on Friday. Pick something special out for the pupper. Yo box, John?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Shelf. 67-month resub. Okay. Is there no car ferries across? Car ferries? You don't need... Sig, it's not that type of crossing, dude. Here, I'll show you guys. Yeah. It's not... It's not so much going across the lakes, but going around them. So, let me turn on the roads here. Boop. So, there's the federal highway, which is 90. 90 goes here. It goes past Rochester, right? And then goes into Buffalo, right? But 90 turns right here, and then it goes down here like this, and then it goes this way. Now, what you could do is you could take 290 to Niagara Falls, right? And you could cross here in Buffalo, right? And you could go through right here and go through Ontario to Michigan over here, and then go into Detroit that way, right? Or you can just take 90, just keeps going this way, and then it merges with 80 in Cleveland right here, which is another federal road that goes through Pennsylvania over here. And 80 and 90 stay the same road from here to here. 90 goes that way and 80 goes this way. 75 is the main road that goes through Detroit. It's the big highway that goes through. Well, there's a lot of big highways that go through Detroit, but
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's basically we're talking about going this way versus going this way to get to Michigan. Hey, Nova, 14-month resub. You didn't take the Gordie Howe. Gordie Howe isn't open. Nero, 10-month resub. Thanks, man. The Gordie Howe is not open yet. Bria and I did go to... We did our annual drive through Detroit. The Packard plant is gone, by the way. That was weird to see. We did do our annual drive through Detroit to see what's there. And we went to... There's a park by Fort Wayne here called Delray Park right there. It's a fishing pier, basically, if you want to go fishing. And the bridge is done. It's done. They just... They got held up with something. I don't know. Just in? What's that size up? Oh, I'll check that out. And I went down here and took a picture of the bridge. The bridge is pretty much done. It looks great. It looks fantastic. And they've like redone all of like Jefferson Avenue here. They redid all the streets around here, demolished a lot of the old buildings, the abandoned buildings and stuff. It looks good. It looks really nice for, Detroit. Yeah, it looks really nice. But yeah, this is the new border checkpoint for the bridge. And that's 75 right there. So you drive right past the dang thing. Yeah, then there's the Ambassador Bridge over here, which is, it's cool, but it's old. Yeah, it connects into 75 right here, Denny, yeah. You can see the roads. The right-of-ways aren't finished in this, but they're done. This is all done. This is, like, guys, it's pretty much finished. This is the border checkpoint. And then from there, you go out and over. And then that's the Canadian side over here. And the Canadians actually built a new highway right here. See, they built a new highway that branches off the old main highway over here. Pretty cool. SpaceX tweet. All right, let's see what we got, dudes. We've received approval to develop Space Launch Complex 37 for Starship operations at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Construction has started. Period. Full stop. With 3 launch pads in Florida, Starship will be ready to support America's national security and Artemis goals as the world's premier spaceport continues to evolve to enable airport-like operations. We'd like to thank the Department of the Air Force, 45th Space Wing, Space Force Delta 45, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for their effort on the environmental review. Updated renders? Oh, mama. And you drive south to go from Detroit to Canada. That's right, Scott. Yeah, South Detroit is not a thing. That's a river. I was taught this from my in-laws. There's no such thing as South Detroit. South Detroit is Canada. Ooh, baby. That's pretty good, man. Cool. Oh, that's the other thing. They lopped off the chopsticks on Pad A at Boca Chica. They cut the chopsticks off. There's no more long chopsticks on the first Starship pad. Yeah. Long chopsticks not needed anymore, I guess. I'll take 4 at Vandenberg. It's a good idea. They chopped the chopsticks. Yep. It's all right, whatever. What's the latest of the bridge in Baltimore after the accident last year? Nothing. The Francis Scott Key Bridge? Nothing, Zizep. What are your thoughts on the Space Force getting a few starships to play with? They wanted to do it with the Space Shuttle in Mana. Why not? Yeah, costs are ballooning on the Francis Scott Key Bridge. That's in Baltimore. That's not it. Is it? Wait, I'm confused. Oh no, that was it. Yeah, that bridge isn't there anymore. Actually, wrong. They have plans in work for a new bridge waiting on approval. Yeah, so nothing. Cool. Yeah, they got a word for that, outdoorsman. It's called nothing. They started doing load tests on the footers? Oh, well, that's good to know. That's something. I mean, there's no reason that the footers should be bad, goalie. These footers should be fine. This bridge was built in the 70s, dude. It's probably way over-engineered. I wouldn't worry about that. NTSB found a bunch of cable anchors that were improperly installed. Oops. Hope they set up proper boat barriers this time. Yeah, like the ones around the power lines. I mean, Zizep, she's a tank, dude. Look at that bridge. This bridge is huge. I mean, Francis Scott Key Bridge isn't the biggest bridge in the U.S., but it's pretty big. The biggest bridge we've ever made in this country is the Chesapeake, or the longest one is the Pontchartrain.
The Eagle has landed.
I know you guys are all worried about my financial situation now that I'm no longer needed at Starbase by SpaceX. I got a job at a Chinese restaurant, thanks to my new boss, Elon Mao.
Yeah, the longest bridge that we've built, Zizep, is the Pontchartrain Causeway. Look at that. People didn't want to drive around Lake Pontchartrain here to get to New Orleans, so they just said, screw it, build a bridge across. And because this is all, like, shallow, yeah, it's just freaking bridge. Look at that, dude. Look at that dang thing. It's just a bridge. I mean, dude, she's a monster. I'm pretty sure that that's the longest bridge. It's either this or the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. Yeah, 38 kilometers long, dude. 24 miles. It's a freaking big bridge. God, you used to be addicted to Thanksgiving leftovers. I had to quit cold turkey. Yeah, you could, if you're, I've never been over the Pontchartrain Causeway, but I've heard that, like, if you're driving right here, you can't see any, there's like a spot where you can't see any land. Like, there's no land. Yeah, be sure you have a full tank of gas. Exactly, man. The other big one, Zizep, is the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. So, get this, dude. This is a bridge and tunnel that goes across Chesapeake Bay. Yeah. It's a bridge and a tunnel. I've been across Chesapeake Bay Bridge. It's pretty ridiculous. Alex, we don't screw around with this, dude. Kind of pressure the Mackinac Bridge. Mackinac Bridge is huge, dude. So, anybody know why it's a bridge in a tunnel? Seriously, they have the bridge just go underwater. It goes underwater and then underground and then comes up out of the ground, underwater, and then back out. You guys know. The Navy. Yep. So during the Cold War, guys, they were building this bridge, or they were looking to build the Chesapeake Bay Bridge, and the Navy said, well, hey, wait a minute. If you build a bridge that goes all the way across this and the Soviets bomb it, How are we going to get all of our Navy ships out to sea? Because Norfolk is right here. Norfolk, whatever the hell however the hell they pronounce it down there. The main U.S. Navy base is right here. There's no way. Norfolk. Sorry, that's what we call it up here. And our Norfolk is, well, it might not be older than your Norfolk. Whatever, it doesn't matter. So they made it a tunnel that that big ships, aircraft carriers could fit out. Yeah. Fun fact. That is a very long bridge. I've been across that one. Very big. Big freaking boats there, dude. Yeah. Over here is just, it's Newport News. You know, they build things here that are quite large. Yeah, they build things that are kind of big. Kind of a big deal. Yeah. Hey, baby. I see you have emails. Nice. How do you make something like that? What, an aircraft carrier? In pieces. I mean, do you really want to know? See all these things that look like little buildings? Those aren't buildings. Those are Lego pieces of the ship. They build all the pieces of the ship in the staging area right here. Right? See, these are all pieces of aircraft carrier. And then they use this gigantic bridge crane to pick the pieces up and put it together like a giant erector set. It's just a big Lego kit, dude. That's all. I'm serious. It's just a big Lego kit. That's it. I mean, you gotta weld it together instead of it just snapping together, but it's just a big Lego kit. You just weld it together. Like, see, you can see these are pieces of the keel and the hull on whatever ship this is. That's probably, I don't know. Hard to say. It's an aircraft carrier. It's a Ford class, but I don't know which one it is. That's Enterprise. There you go. But see, so check this out. They lay the keel in the dry dock, right? Or they lay down the blocks, these things. So, these blocks they're designed to hold the keel of the ship. They make the keel. It's called laying down the keel. And then they just start stacking pieces on top of it. And they put it together like a big Lego kit. Yeah, it's just made in pieces. These pieces, a lot of these pieces just have think about it like stacking a starship. Like we saw with Block 3, with the Block 3 starship, like they roll out the pieces, they're much more completed. They have a lot more plumbing inside. And so, in the Mega Bay, it's just stacking the damn things on top of each other and then welding it in. That's the same idea. A lot of these pieces of the ship, and I won't say which, like, I mean, these are obviously pieces of the bottom of the boat. It's a ship, I know. Like, they already have the doorways installed. You can see them right there. They have the doorways installed. They have electronics installed. They have plumbing installed. Everything is already installed. So when they pick up a piece and they lay it down, they'll start welding it in, and then they just plug everything together. That's all. Easy peasy. Frames. That's what they're called. Thank you, Bill. Yes. When are the reactors installed? I don't know. Times. Are they building a new Enterprise? Yes. The new Enterprise is a Ford class. It's replacing CVN 65, which I do believe is being decommissioned right here. Dude, Newport News is a monster of a shipyard. Nope, it's there. There's ex-CVN 65. It's been decommissioned. They're going to replace it. That's its replacement down there. Enterprise is in Puget Sound. Maybe they moved it. Fun fact. You guys know that scene in Die Hard where Bruce Willis is putting the detonators into the C4 and he's not sure how many detonators to put in. He just, screw it, and just puts another one in. That's that ship with nuclear reactors. XCVN 65 had 8 nuclear reactors in it. 8. 8, Bob. 8? Yeah, so if I want to generate power, I got 8 different reactors ready to do it for me. It has 8 A1W reactors. It's first generation Westinghouse ship reactors. Yeah. Yeah, the modern ships don't have that many. They have enough, but they don't have 8. Yeah. Bro, just one more reactor. What if this one goes wrong? Please, bro, please. Just one more reactor, bro, please. Just put more fuel rods, bro. Just please, one more reactor. It'll be fine, bro. The ship will go fast, bro. I swear. We'll never have to refuel it. 8, bro, please. That's weird. There's 8 holes in the deck. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. There is 8 holes in the deck, dude. There is 8 holes amidship. That's really strange. Curious. That's weird. Yeah, that's Newport News. That's a gigantic shipyard. It's a big one. Reactor size holes. Yeah, right. What do you think those 8 squares are? They're the square hole. Here, look. Look it. See? Look, there's the comfort. That's pretty neat. How neat is that? I wonder how they set it on 8. Why not 9? We need like 200 more shipyards. I won't disagree with that. More nuclear-powered cruisers. All right. Weapons part of space news here. Fellas, I've seen whispers around on like X and stuff. Are we really considering bringing battleships back? Is that a thing? It's a straight 8. Straight line 8. Yeah, straight 8 reactor. Yeah. Can we do that? Zumwalt flopped, no chance. Well, the Zumwalt flopped because we teched up the supply chains to build like 1,000 of those things, and then we built 3. 3. Okay. 3. Great. Good. Lovely. I will still say I don't think the Zumwalt is a terrible design. I really don't. It's had problems because we only built 3. We built more of them. Maybe we would fix the stupid problem. All right, I'm going full tilt. I'm going to stop. I'm sorry. I'm just looking at ships. Good stuff. We also canceled the Constellation program again. The Navy ship won this time. What is it with programs named Constellation getting canceled? This is bullcrap. We can make more Arleigh Burkes, though. Dude, is that a Tycon? What the heck is that thing doing? Freaking antique at this point. It looks like one, too. Icons, man. Good stuff. If I had a nickel for every time, yeah. We'd have 2 nickels, which isn't very rare, but it's rare enough to be weird. Oh, yeah. Hello, baby. How you doing? 78. The Burkes will serve for 100 years, just like the B-52. Good, we should make more of them. Cancel Orders in Zumwalt is a modern version of the battleship? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, that's the Ford. That's right. That ship's brand new. 6.9, CVN 6.9. I mean, keep in mind, these pictures, there's no way these pictures are up to date. But Burke's had some crazy upgrades. So why are we not, like, building one every, like, 5 minutes or something? Like an ASF VLS sound. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I don't hate that. Where is she? Ah, there she is. Hey, baby. I don't want to talk about it, Hellfish. Yes. How you doing? It is, Sesh. Yep. Is there a CVN 67? No, there is not. There's CV 67. It's not an active Navy ship anymore. That was the JFK. It's in Brownsville right now. February 2025. It should be here. Yeah, JFK CV67. The reason why it's CV67 and not CVN67 is because the JFK was a offshoot of the Kitty Hawk class of aircraft carriers, and the Kitty Hawk class were still oil. They're oil fired. They're not nuclear. That's what the N designation is in U.S. Navy ship nomenclature. So if you have a SSN is a nuclear submarine, SSBN is a nuclear ballistic missile submarine. CVN is nuclear carrier. CV67 still shows up in Philadelphia on Google Earth. Yeah. Fun fact, I tried to talk Das into buying the conning tower for the Kennedy for NSF to use at River as an observation post, and he said, he just looked at me and said, "Good night, Irene," and then walked away. Yeah. I've been on that ship. Yeah, that ship used to show up in Boston for Fleet Week. Yep, I've been on that vessel. It's a big one. You really tried? Yeah. Yeah. Das was not very receptive to this idea. What the heck? Is this a Flight 3 Burke here? What the heck is this? There is no CVN 67, but there is a CVN 69. Yeah, nice. That's the Eisenhower. Yep. What did they do to that poor boat? It looks like a squirrel that had too many nuts. Electronic countermeasures. Cool. It doesn't look bad. The USS Pinckney, DDG-91 Arleigh Burke class Flight 2A guided missile destroyer, leaving San Diego after 2-year DDG MOD 2.0 upgrades with the SEWIP Block 3. Oh, very, very cool. Oh, look at that. It's got little blisters on the sides. It's got sponsons. Yeah, right. It really, really does, doesn't it? That's cool. Neat. It doesn't have canards. No. What about CGN-9? The guided missile carrier. CGN-9 is the Long Beach. I know that boat. Ship. I know it's a ship. I get it. You guys want to see a goofy ship? That time where the U.S. Navy said, screw it, take a heavy cruiser, put our latest advanced electronics warfare package on it, and make it nuclear powered because frick it. And they did. Yep. That is a hot-rodded Baltimore class. Well, based off of the Baltimore. It's actually based off of the Des Moines class, which is the successor of the Baltimore class. I like Baltimore class cruisers because my state was notorious for mass producing them. Wait, what? It's nuclear? Yes. CGN. N. Guided missile cruiser. Yep. Nuclear powered guided missile cruiser. Hull number 9. That's the Long Beach, dude. Nah, Chris. It had the EASA radar, the precursor of the Aegis weapons system. Yep. Mm-hmm. Enterprise has the same conning tower, dudes. Seriously. Norfolk, Virginia. Had. Yeah, I think they took it off. No, it's still there. The cube. Yeah, it's still there. Unless, well, this picture's probably old. But yeah, nuclear power, dude. Guess where she was made, baby? I'm not trying to say that my grandfather worked on that boat. But also... I drove by the shipyard the other day. It pisses me off a lot. Yeah, that's not cool. There it is. There it is in Quincy, man. Electronically actively scanned array. Bethlehem Steel was right up the street from you. Geek, Bethlehem Steel owned the Quincy shipyard, the Four River shipyard. Where do you think they got the steel to make all this stuff from? Why do you think I like Bethlehem Steel so much? And Yingling? Because what happened to Bethlehem Steel is unacceptable. This is the part where EJ starts to get angry. Is the Hornet by you? No, Clayton. There's another ship that was built in the Quincy shipyard. USS Massachusetts. That ship's still around. It's in Fall River. Fall River, dude. Battleship Cove. That's a great museum, guys. If you want to get up close and personal with 16-inch Cal 45 Mark 6 16-inch gun batteries. Very good museum for that. You can sit in the gunner's seat. Oh, nice, John. There you go. What happened to Bethlehem Steel is unacceptable. BF6 later? No, I want to watch Hand Egg, dude. So, guys, like, there's a reason. Okay, so for the younger viewers and for people that don't know, Pittsburgh has a football team. Their Hand Egg team is called the Steelers. Not because they steal things, but because Pittsburgh used to be known for making the best steel in the world. They still do make steel, but it's not nearly as much as they used to. Spearheading that whole thing of making the best steel on the planet, period, full stop, was Bethlehem Steel. They were like number one. Bethlehem Steel to steel building is what SpaceX is to launching rockets. They were the best. The best. Yeah, there you go, Geek. Yeah, you know. You know. You know that from Fallout. All right. Fallout's a great history teacher. I'm just saying. Yes, spoiled. That's basically what happened. Overseas competition basically made them fold. Sheffield was the best steel in the world. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here. Bethlehem Steel is what built all your ships during the war. Get out of here. What happened to them? Couldn't compete with cheap steel overseas, Cake. And that's why most of the steel industry in the, you know, that part of the country, like Ohio, Pennsylvania, eastern or western New York, folded. China. Yep. They made steel for skyscrapers, for bridges, boats, everything. Bethlehem made steel for everything. Trains. They made the best. They're the best. It's the best steel. Has there been any public stock to invest in the U.S. for shipbuilding? I don't know. I've often thought about that, dude. Like, somebody came along and did with shipbuilding what Elon did with rockets. They don't even make warships. Just make ships, container ships. Most of the men in your family work for Bethlehem Steel. Geek, like I said, there's a reason why I like Pittsburgh. There's a reason why I like Yingling. Serious, man. There's a reason why we're bros, okay? Bethlehem Steel is very near and dear to my heart, man. The best steel. Best steel ever made on the planet. And it's not even close. China already did. Yeah. If you guys missed the point of that conversation, it was not that the idea hasn't been done, but you see this thing. You see this thing right here? That landmass there. We should do that here. Somebody should do that here instead of over there. That was the whole premise for that argument. But yeah. Sorry, kids. It's Stelco. Yeah, it's Stelco. Yeah, it's crap. Somehow you're still underselling them. You quite literally had individual factories who outproduced the entire Axis powers. And man, we should do that. We should do that again. Can we do that again?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Is that cool? Like, can we do that? Random question: why is pre-nuclear steel so coveted? Background radiation. Yeah, since we blew up nuclear bombs in the atmosphere, the background radiation when you make steel, it's not as old steel that was fabricated before August 6th, not August 6th, 1945. It would be the Trinity explosion. Has low background noise. It's very, very good for like medical applications and stuff. Oculus, we should, that's not a bad idea, dude. USS Chicago, SSN 721. Didn't know about that. Charge the old shipyard with fixed bayonets and reopen it for us. The Four Rivers shipyard? I mean, we could. Somebody believes in the Four Rivers shipyard. Anybody recognize that logo? They can get new steel now to low radiation levels again, finally. Well, that's good. Andril. Yep, Andril has an office in there. Weirdly enough. Yeah, dude. For the people that don't know, I mean, dude, shipbuilding in Massachusetts used to be a big deal. We used to have a gigantic freaking Navy base here during the Cold War. Well, Nixon closed it because he didn't like Kennedy, and also he's a big poopy poop face for doing that. Dude, we had shipyards all over the place. Down the street, down 3A. Hingham Shipyard over here. The Hingham Shipyard cranked out Fletchers. And actually, they built Royal Navy ships too. You can see where these dumb luxury apartments are. You can see where all the slips were. They had slips for days. Like, they were building ships back here and rolling them down the slipways. That built ships for the Royal Navy before World War II even started. There's the Hingham Shipyard, there's Four Rivers Shipyard, there's the Charlestown Navy Yard, the South Boston Naval Annex. Dude, we used to have a shipyard as big as Newport News, but then we decided we didn't want to do that anymore. Hey, PC Tech. Reopen Hunters Point in San Francisco. Hunters Point? Hunters Point is this, right? Yeah, man, you got plenty of space here, dude. Look at all this. Look at all this. You can build ships here. You can build aircraft carriers in this bzz. Guessing it was your weird accents. Yeah, most likely. Canada built over 4,000 ships during World War II. U.S. 9,000. Major difference. Liberty ships versus corvettes. I know you guys did. You guys should do that too. We should all do that because building cool stuff is cool. We should build more cool stuff. Is that like... where did we lose sight of doing that? Can we build more cool stuff? I want cool rockets, cool ships, and tanks and stuff. Can we build cool things? Like, why is that such a hard sell? Mostly kidding. But also, you need a cool war. No, I don't want that. Can we build cool cars again? That's a good place to start. Let's do that. Reopen a shipyard and start building spaceships. Not the most far-fetched idea. No, we can't build cool things because you keep freaking restoring things. What? Me? I'm only restoring one thing, okay? Like here, check this out. This is in New York, man. The Brooklyn Navy Yard. They built 2 of the Iowas, if I'm remembering correctly. Now the dry docks, you know, that's good for storing barges, I guess. That's cool. Philly's another town that got gutted. Yeah, the freaking Navy Yard, man. This freaking thing, dude. They built so many boats here. We should do that again. It's a good idea. Long Beach filled in their dry dock? They did. Yeah, they did fill in the dry dock, didn't they? The Jersey's up here. It's upstream a little bit. It's in Camden. Where are you? Oh. It's not there. You're probably going to get that, Wishing Mana, so, you know, that's good. Yeah, baby. That's awesome. Oh, she's pretty. Oh, yeah. I'm not saying we should build more of these. We should build more of these. What? Bullets are easier to make than missiles, dudes. Saying. Just putting it out there. Before you say, but the missiles, dude, we could do both of these things. Why can we not do both of these things? We can do both of these. Just build more. Make more guns. No self-respecting, no self-respecting American could look at me and say, I want less guns, EJ. That's impossible. You can carry a lot more. Bullets. Railgun. Slugs are even easier. Okay, cool. Do that too. Screw it. You know, like, from what year is that? That's from last year, Skeleton. The New Jersey was in dry dock. They repaired the hull. They restored the hull outside the hull of the ship. It's back. It's back at its moorings in Camden. Dude, there's an awesome YouTube channel. It's the Battleship New Jersey Museum YouTube channel. It is awesome. That is such a good channel. You learn so much about those damn things. That's right, Tech. The New Jersey was out of Vietnam. Oh yeah, shelling targets in the Gulf of Tonkin. Yep. Mm-hmm. You can shoot down a missile, not 1 ton, not 1 ton projectiles. You were in South Vietnam at the time. Yep. Does this mean EJ's fired up for Battlefield 6 after hours? I told Bri I would watch the football game with her. You saw the My Winter Car Steam page, right? I heard that it was announced. Yeah, dude, I told you. I said that right before I left. My Winter Car is going to be released. I heard whispers from a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy that said that My Winter Car was going to be released soon. So it's on the Steam page now. I'm just saying. The football game doesn't start for a little bit longer, but anyway. That's Rusty. Okay, there we go. It's the trailer. Do you get it? Is that a Volkswagen Beetle? It's just seriously the whole damn trailer. The whole trailer is just this. This is the lake. The island you get fish traps is in the distance. Oh yeah. No radar detectors, no. What we got here? Oh, thank God. Rear-wheel drive. Oh, thank God. Chorus Automobiles, Birmingham, England. Same map? Yeah, it takes place sometime in the future after My Summer Car. That's the shop that's abandoned in in 1995. That's a flea market? Coco perhin kerpari. Kerputori poianoteras. Yeah. Yeah, very nice. That's the apartment complex next to the church. Corpotori, Kerpari, flea market. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, hell yeah. Dude! Oh, this rules. There's a My Summer Car Polish Car edition. Oh, jeez. You're gonna die so much. I know. Dude, is that a Cortina? No, it can't be. Not enough doors. What are these cars, man? Too many doors for... not enough doors for a Lada, Colonel. Huh. Oh, yeah. Downdraft Webers. Why would you need a 100 amp alternator? High performance fuel pump. It's definitely a ripoff of Edelbrock. That looks exactly like Edelbrock's branding, only blue. Sandbags in the trunk. Hell yeah. Gotta get that traction, man. Stevery, what is this? Kerroso tulokset. Gamba? Oh god. Gamba. That's betting? Oh yeah, 301 Lotto. Okay, got it. Teletext, yeah. Ah, this is great. Automatic? Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it. Is Topless going to add jack stands to this ever? You can't work on that. It actually has frame rails that aren't rusted through. Uh-huh. My car doesn't have rusted frame rails. I fixed that. Yeah. I did get new wheelhouses. They are coming for the Coronet. Hopefully it has Twitch integration so we can sabotage your efforts for the perfect rocket car. On the bright side, you can't drop the bike in the lake from the boat again. Yeah. Be warned, this game is for players who already mastered the challenge of My Summer Car. Definitely not recommended for any player not familiar with the original installment. We shouldn't have a problem. I'm plenty familiar with that. There you go, EJ. New Twitch plan. Build your own rocket. I don't think it's a Morris Marina, Tessa. Oh, let me put it like this way. Let me put it to you like this. Please do not let it be a Morris Marina, dude. Please be like an Escort or something, please. Are we going to do a practice round in MSC this Wednesday? I don't know. Opal Cadet? Yeah, maybe. Let's see. First-person survival game with permadeath, full car and engine assembly with 200 unique parts, detailed driving, vehicle condition, and engine simulation, various other usable cars spawning from the 1960s to the 1990s, as well as truck and tractor, dozens of kilometers of snowy forest roads, icy highways, and even roads on top of the lake surface. Oh, crap. Player body temperature simulation. Oh, a lot of different job opportunities, rallying and circuit racing to either participate in or enjoy as a spectator, harsh midwinter Finnish weather, dark and cold, realistic law enforcement that gets after you if you do stupid things, limited support for steering wheel and shifter controllers. Oh, God. Do you have to buy the piano to drop on it, or does it come pre-installed? I hope it comes pre-installed. Why do you hate yourself? I don't know, man. That better not be a freaking Morris, dude. I swear. Oh, thank God. The Chorus Rivet will be the project car in my winter car. It's based off of the 73 to 75 Tannis TC. Oh. Oh, thank God. Silver lining, no wasps. Yeah, that's good. Oh, yeah. Didn't this car have a V4? Nope. So 1300cc inline 4, 1600cc inline 4, 2000cc give or take. It's 1993. So that's a 1.3 liter, a 1.6 liter, and a 2 liter. And then you could get it with a 2 liter V6, the Cologne V6, or a 2.29. So basically a 2.3 liter Cologne V6. Nice, dude. Cologne V6s aren't bad. Those are nice engines. Oh, dude, if that thing has that in it, that thing's gonna go, man. She's gonna go. Four-speed, all synchro mesh manual with central floor-mounted lever, or a 3-speed automatic. Cool. It has the 2.0. Dude, that's a nice looking car. This is, what is this, Euro? This is Euro Ford, right? Marketed by Ford Germany across 3 generation model years from 70 to 82. The Tannis TC and Ford UK's Cortina range. Oh, it's a Cortina. Okay, I got it. Yeah. This is awesome, man. Hell yeah. Ford. I like that car. Based on the old Capri. Yeah, man. What transmission does it got in it? A B35. They made a good amount of these things, dude. They really made over 1 million of those. Wow. Nice. The wiki says 4-speed
Discovery,
manual,
go
5-speed
throttle up.
manual, or 3-speed auto. Cool. Kickthing, what's up, man? 55-month resub. 2-liter. The 2L Pinto was what was in the Escort RS 2000. Nice. Nice. It needs an LS7. Oh. Hey, fellas, when I was in Michigan, I had some pretty crazy ideas for a motor swap that would probably piss everybody off for Freb. Here, let me show you. What would you guys say? Yeah, this is just me gauging reactions. I'm just straight curious here. The wiki says no rev limiter. All right. Is it a 350 or LS with a Dana 60? No, not for the truck. No. Down the road, and this is way down the road. We got to finish the Coronet first. I think it would be cool to take the 59 Ford, take Freb, the first project vehicle that we worked on this Twitch channel. And are you guys familiar with Ford's Nano engine? The 2.7 liter V6, 2.7 twin turbo V6 with a 10-speed behind it. Put an electric motor in it. No. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Yeah, no, yeah, we're not doing that. I don't buy my coffee at Starbucks, Admana. Thank you. Earlier ones because the early ones aren't reliable. No, a newer one. Because, fellas, look here. This is off the wiki page, mind you. Look at these numbers here. All right. So say we get one out of an F-150. 325 horse, 400 foot-pounds of torque. That's 242 kilowatts, 542 newton meters. All right? And if you get one out of an Edge, 335, 380. Look at these numbers. You get one out of the Bronco, 330 at 415. Show you the power curve. Stick a Barra in it. Bro, I can't find a Barra. Dude, I can't find a Barra for any reasonable money. The problem is Americans figured out what Barras are, heavy metal, so we can't get the... Try. Good luck finding one. You burned the crap out of me. I ain't even mad. Sorry, man. Now, I do agree with doing the modern safety stuff. Also, I'd like to see you do this. Hot Rodder triples the horsepower of his Pontiac VA with 3D printed parts to win a bet. Nice. It's based off of the 270 EcoBoom. Yeah, I know. The newer ones are better though, Tessa, and they're not that expensive. But think about this, dude. 325 horsepower, 400 foot-pounds of torque, twin turbo V6. That V6 weighs nothing. It weighs nothing, dude. It's super light. And you know what, dude? If you blow one up, who cares? They're everywhere. They are all over the place. There's 2.7s everywhere. You can get them for nothing. Now, don't get me wrong. You can't get them for small block Ford money, but you can almost get them for small block Ford money. I think that's the engine in your truck. Dude, the 59 with 325 horsepower, twin turbo V6 with 400 foot-pounds of torque, that'll burn tires. In a single cab short box, that'll be great. Put a 5.5 liter LT6. I'm not putting a Chevy engine in my car, in my Ford. We're not doing that. There are 300 horsepower four bangers everywhere too. Yeah, but I want the torque, Tessa. 400 foot-pounds of torque is no joke. Find a Coyote then? That's boring. That's boring, dude. I don't want a Coyote swap my truck. That's boring. You're not finding a Coyote for $2,000, dude. You're finding 2.7s for $2,000. Do what Dave from Dave's Auto Center and put a V12 in it. He's putting one in his 68 Camaro. Nah, I don't want to do that. So the reaction from you guys is generally bad. Good. That's great. That's how I know I want to do it, because that's hilarious. Yeah. Yep. Or we could get the 3.5 twin turbo. That's the same motor that they put in the Ford GT. That makes 450 horsepower, 510 foot-pounds. I'm just saying, with a 2.7, you could drive this car around. If I put the 2.7 with a 10-speed behind it, going into a 9-inch rear end, all right, we could burn tires, have a lot of fun on the street, and get like 30 miles to the gallon in a truck from the 50s. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I think it's a good idea. The thing sounds so bad, though. What do you mean it sounds bad? It sounds like a V6. Whatever. Put this in it? A Cummins? The B6.7. I'm not putting a motor that has 6 and 7 in the name into my truck, okay? The LLV. Nice. You should put a mini A series engine in it. I actually wanted to move Capybara. I don't think an A series would move the truck. Listen, it was called that before that stupid saying. All right. Nah, 2.7s are good nowadays, dude. They're good. I was talking with Bree's dad about this. That's where I got the idea. Dude, I'm telling you, man. 400 foot-pounds of torque, that'll spin tires. You spin tires all day. The oil pump belt design is silly. Yeah, but Bill, here's the thing, okay? Once again, if something goes wrong with this 2.7, just get another one. Get another one. They're everywhere. They are everywhere. Ford puts them in everything, right? You just get another one. The 10-speed, the 10R80 behind it, I'm not worried about that braking. Those things are good to 600 horsepower, right? Not worried about that. You're going to need a standalone transmission controller or find a wrecked Bronco, right? Just rob that thing for parts, right? But also, if something does go funky with the engine, oil pump belt, timing, bro, it's in a car from the 50s. It's not like you have to take apart the entire damn thing to get at the motor. The motor's right there. And there's no way, dude, you could fit, the 2.7 will fit in the 59's engine bay. It'll be easy to fit in there. No, use a Holley or EMU Black ECM. Sure, man. The point is that you can do it. I will only be okay with this if you run the turbos at 85 to 90% of their capabilities. It'd be fun as hell to begin to lie. Yeah. PT6 turbo shaft truck. I said I wanted to get good fuel economy, man. Damn. How would you feel about a Patriots-Seahawks rematch in the Super Bowl? Sure, man. Let's do it. Nah, I'm good. Tessa, did you see the new Binky, by the way? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the diesel Ferrari. Yeah, no, I'm good. Grindhard is awesome, though. Those guys do good work. But you do this for the love of God, change the brakes. Bro, I have disc brakes in the 59. Don't worry about that. Actually, Hellfish, if I was going to do that, if we're going to do that with the 59, I'm going to put the Crown Vic front end in.
Discovery,
Oh, yeah.
go at throttle up.
Put the Crown Vic front end in. Be running double wishbone, independent front suspension, aluminum cross member, 2.7 liter, the 2.7 twin turbo with a 10-speed behind it. Dude, like, I can see it in my head. I'm like, that'd be pretty sick, dude. I haven't paid attention to football at all this year. Are you all seriously good enough to consider a Super Bowl appearance? King, the Patriots are 10-2. Gil, 70-month resub. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving. Thanks, man. I did. They swapped out the complex. Sorry, Aqualex. I was trying to read your thing aloud and my voice just decided to stop working. That's great. I'm sure that's normal. I seriously tried to say something and nothing, no words came out. What is this? Have you seen that Sochi Aero Diesel's back with something quite inventive? They swapped out the complex mechanical turbo compounding gearbox with a compact electric drivetrain built off with off-the-shelf tech. They're aiming for aircraft power generation. Cool. Almost Ken Block's truck. Yeah. Some Hoonicorn action.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Look, Hellfish, all I'm saying is that I looked into this a little bit. If you get you could get the short wheelbase. If there's a short wheelbase F-150, that's 4x4. Just saying, we could do that too. We wanted to make some Hooner truck stuff. 15 minutes until the game. Yeah. No, but I'm thinking the Crown Vic front end, dude. Crown Vic front end and finding an 8.8 out of a wrecked F-150 or something. An 8.8 with posi out back. 2.7 twin turbo, Crown Vic front end, independent front suspension. Dude, this thing will wreck. It'd be so cool. Keep it a complete sleeper. Yeah, dude. See what I'm saying? Like, at first, this idea sounds dumb. It's like, what? No. We even go and find all the inline 6 badging for the truck and put the inline 6 badging on it. I can do the metal work. I'm confident enough to be able to do the metal work. Just saying. I don't want to put 2 engines in, Tessa. I want it to be drivable. Truck can do a diesel electric. I'm not saying. 10-2 with the easiest schedule ever. The Broncos are 10-2. Yeah, New Glenn. I know we do have an easy schedule. Also, who cares? The Broncos. Yeah, it's the Broncos. Who cares? Hey, Lev, 74-month resub. Can I swear? No. But yeah, dude, 2.7s. They're pretty cool. The newer ones are actually superbly reliable. Only if you overnight part. No, not overnight parts from Japan. Overnight parts from Detroit. Well, I care about the Broncos. That's your team. Why? No, okay. So in all seriousness, good on Denver. I'm worried that the Patriots have too easy of a schedule and they will get railed in the playoffs. I said this like 5 or 6 weeks ago. It's GDI. Yeah, Hellfish. It's the Nano engine. They're pretty good, man. They make pretty good power. Okay, so just so you know, Patriots fans deserve a lot of swears and about 5 more years of being at bottom of the league before you get good again. King? I agree with you. I agree with you. There it is. I agree with you. That's not what's happening, but I agree with you. Yeah, Ohio State pissed on Michigan. Yeah, that was bad. They're not a playoff team, though. I really don't think they are, Cirrus. Not because there's not talent on the Patriots. I think they will get railed in the playoffs. It's because we got a lot of rookies. There's a lot of young kids on the team. Playoff football ain't the same as regular season football. Ask the Lions. Look at the Lions last year. They did great throughout the whole season. They did fantastic. They got humbled in the playoffs real fast. Just how Scotland gets an easy group, gets here next year and gets to the second round. Oh, you're talking about your football. Yeah. You were at the OSU Michigan game, Wooly? Nice. I was in Ann Arbor a couple of days before it, dude. Were they playing in Ohio State or was it at the Big House? I got to see the Big House. I've never seen the Big House before. I thought that was really cool. It's a gigantic football stadium. Nice to finally steamroll them. Wrecked. All right, guys. Well, think about that with the truck, dude. Think about with the truck. I think that's a good idea. What I want to know is how did Pittsburgh beat New England in week 3 and then both teams turned into what they are now? Geek, I watched that game last night. I'm not saying nothing, homie. I'm not saying nothing. You might have to do something about the rear suspension too. Axle wrap would be gnarly. Oh no, we have to make a 4-link kit for it, Hellfish. Oh no. Have you seen what I've been able to do? You've been following the car streams, dude. That ain't no problem. We can figure that out. I'd be kind of worried that the welder might not be strong enough, but also, I think it's fine. Nice, Wooly. There you go. They were at the Big House, yeah. Whoops. That's awesome. Good excuse to get a bigger welder. Anyway. So yeah. I think that'd be cool. But the whole 2.7 Crown Vic front end swap with the 59, that's way down the road. We got to finish the Coronet first. But yeah, good stuff, man. All good things. A 66 with a 3.5. Yeah, dude. Hey, you see what I'm saying, man? Like, this is doable. You got plenty of space. I mean, dude, that guy put a 3.5 in it. That thing probably hauls. But, dude, Mutter, I'm thinking the 2.7. You get the 2.7 in there? 2.7s get insane fuel economy. I was driving around Primo's dad's truck when I was in Michigan. He has basically, I think it's a 2024 150. It's an F-150, right? It is a quad cab short box, right? Half-ton truck. We're getting 22 miles to the gallon in a half-ton truck. Quad cab. 22 miles to the gallon. Dude, if we put that thing in the 59, holy crap, the 59 would screw. He put the whole F-150 dash in there. That's off of FTE, the Ford trucks. Yeah, FTE is some awesome projects on there. Shut up, please. Saturday sucked and I don't want to be reminded. All right, Michigan. I was in Ann Arbor on, like I said, I think it was Wednesday. Your Z71 gets 20-ish with 33s. 20-ish. Nice. There's more pictures further down. Let's see. All right, this is the last thing. Then it's game time, baby. I don't know. I'm probably not going to come back after this because I got to get up in the morning. I got to bring Titan back to the vet for more shots in the morning. So, yeah, this is FTE. There's always good projects on FTE. Dude. Yeah, see? This is cool, man. I like this. That's sick, dude. Mounting all the stuff in there. That's cool. Yo. Yeah, I like this. This is cool. Yeah, you're gonna have to do a rear-mounted tank, which is no big deal. That is in fact a broken truck. Oh, Mutter, did he make this thing? Did he make this thing freaking? Oh, dude, we should do that. I turned off the fuel mileage display on my truck dash. KSP or Anno tomorrow? Let's play KSP tomorrow. Full-time all-wheel drive. Dude, just saying. I'm just saying. We would have to figure out another thing other than the Crown Vic swap. The Crown Vic swap wouldn't work. Well, hold on. I'm just looking around. I'm just looking at a modern F-150 frame. It looks like it's independent front. I'm sure we could think of something. Anyway, I thought that would be cool. New Harry picks a 39A. I'm going to pop off, dude. I'm going to go watch a football game. Guys, I'll see you tomorrow, noontime. We're going to play Kerbal. And, I don't know, unless some crazy space news comes out, we'll probably just play Kerbal. Kerbal and then some after hours tomorrow, I think. That would probably be fun. So thank you very much for watching, everybody. It's all pretty similar 2004 and up. Yeah, cool. Isaacman is on the 3rd. That's right. Yep. There's a launch Rick way later tonight. It's at 12:30 a.m., so it's a little bit after midnight. It's Starlink 1510 going out of Vandenberg. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. It is good to be back. I appreciate everybody that resubscribed and subbed today. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I needed a break, but we're good now. We're good now. Let's hit it guns blazing. We got work to do on the Coronet. I got new parts coming for the Coronet. I got wheelhouses, so we're gonna have to we're gonna finally move away from the trunk pan, which is pretty much finished. You know, we'll start working our way up the sides of the car. I still am waiting on a little bit more cash for quarter panels. But we can do the wheelhouses before we do the quarter panels too. We just got to cut out the old ones, which is not a big deal. It should be fine. So I was able to buy some parts, but yeah, we'll start moving forward on the car. Like we've been at the back. I got to do the wheelhouses on the Coronet so we can do the quarters so we can put the back of the car back on. Yep. So that's what I got to do. Yeah. Thank you very much for watching, guys. I will see you guys all tomorrow, noontime. We'll probably end up doing some car streams this week. Not sure when. Maybe tomorrow. Who knows? But plan for noontime, okay? Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night.